Section 23 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 53. The Clergy, the Forest, Liberty. The first law of every being is to preserve itself and live. You sow hemlock and expect to see ears of corn ripen. Machiavelli. The great personage continued. One could see that he knew his subject. He proceeded to expound the following great truths with a soft and tempered eloquence with which Julien was inordinately delighted. 1. England has not a guinea to help us with. Economy and Hume are the fashion there. Even the saints will not give us any money, and Monsieur Brougham will make fun of us. 2. The impossibility of getting the kings of Europe to embark on more than 2 campaigns without English gold. 2 campaigns will not be enough to dispose of the middle classes. 3. The necessity of forming an armed party in France. Without this, the monarchical principle in Europe will not risk even 2 campaigns. The 4th point which I venture to suggest to you as self-evident is this: the impossibility of forming an armed party in France without the clergy. I am bold enough to tell you this because I will prove it to you, gentlemen. You must make every sacrifice for the clergy. Firstly, because as it is occupied with its mission by day and by night, and guided by highly capable men established far from these storms, at 300 leagues from your frontiers. Ah, Rome, Rome, exclaimed the master of the house. Yes, monsieur, Rome, replied the cardinal haughtily. Whatever more or less ingenious jokes may have been the fashion when you were young, I have no hesitation in saying that in 1830 it is only the clergy under the guidance of Rome who has the ear of the lower classes. 50,000 priests repeat the same words on the day appointed by their chiefs, and the people, who after all provide soldiers, will be more touched by the voices of its priests than by all the versifying in the whole world. This personality provoked some murmurs. The clergy has a genius superior to yours, went on the cardinal, raising his voice. All the progress that has been made towards this essential point of having an armed party in France has been made by us. At this juncture, facts were introduced. Who used 80,000 rifles in Vendée? Etc., etc. So long as the clergy is without its forests, it is helpless. At the first war, the Minister of Finance will write to his agents that there is no money to be had except for the curé. At bottom, France does not believe, and she loves war. Whoever gives her war will be doubly popular, for making war is, to use a vulgar phrase, the same as starving the Jesuits. Making war means delivering those monsters of pride, the men of France, from the menace of foreign intervention. The cardinal had a favourable hearing. M. de Nerval, he said, will have to leave the ministry. His name irritates, and to no purpose. At these words everybody got up and talked at the same time. I will be sent away again, thought Julien, but the sapient president himself had forgotten both the presence and existence of Julien. All eyes were turned upon a man whom Julien recognized. It was M. de Nerval, the prime minister, whom he had seen at M. the Duc de Retz's ball. The disorder was at its height, as the papers say when they talk of the chamber. At the end of a long quarter of an hour, a little quiet was established. Then M. de Nerval got up and said in an apostolic tone and a singular voice, I will not go so far as to say that I do not set great store on being a minister. It has been demonstrated to me, gentlemen, that my name will double the forces of the Jacobins by making many moderates divide against us. I should therefore be willing to retire. But the ways of the Lord are only visible to a small number. But, he added, looking fixedly at the cardinal, I have a mission. Heaven has said, you will either lose your head on the scaffold, or you will re-establish the monarchy of France and reduce the Chambers to the condition of the Parliament of Louis XV. And that, gentlemen, I shall do." He finished his speech, sat down, and there was a long silence. What a good actor, thought Julien. He made his usual mistake of ascribing too much intelligence to the people. Excited by the debates of so lively an evening, and above all by the sincerity of the discussion, M. de Nerval did at this moment believe in his mission. This man had great courage, but at the same time no sense. During the silence that followed the impressive words, "I shall do it," midnight struck. Julien thought that the striking of the clock had in it a certain element of funereal majesty. He felt moved. The discussion was soon resumed with increasing energy, and above all with an incredible naivety. "These people will have me poisoned," thought Julien at times. "How can they say such things before a plebeian?" They were still talking when 2 o'clock struck. The master of the home had been sleeping for some time. M. de la Mole was obliged to ring for new candles. M. de Nerval, the minister, had left at 1:45, but not without having repeatedly studied Julien's face in a mirror which was at the minister's side. His departure had seemed to put everybody at their ease. While they were bringing new candles, the man in the waistcoats whispered to his neighbour, "God knows what that man will say to the king. He may throw ridicule upon us and spoil our future." One must own that he must possess an unusual self-assurance, not to say impudence, to put in an appearance here. There were signs of it before he became a minister. But a portfolio changes everything and swamps all a man's interests. He must have felt its effect. The minister had scarcely left before the general of Bonaparte closed his eyes. He now talked of his health and his wounds, consulted his watch, and went away. "I will wager," said the man in the waistcoats, "that the general is running after the minister. He will apologize for having been here and pretend that he is our leader." "Let us now deliberate, gentlemen," said the president, after the sleepy servants had finished bringing and lighting new candles. "Let us leave off trying to persuade each other. Let us think of the contents of the note which will be read by our friends outside in 48 hours from now. We have heard ministers spoken of. Now that M. de Nerval has left us, we are at liberty to say, what do we care for ministers?" The cardinal gave a subtle smile of approval. "Nothing is easier, it seems to me, than summing up our position," said the young bishop of Agde, with the restrained, concentrated fire of the most exalted fanaticism. He had kept silent up to this time. His eye, which Julien had noticed as being soft and calm at the beginning, had become fiery during the first hour of the discussion. His soul was now bubbling over like lava from Vesuvius. "England only made one mistake from 1806 to 1814, he said, and that was in not taking direct and personal measures against Napoleon. As soon as that man had made dukes and chamberlains, as soon as he had re-established the throne, the mission that God had entrusted to him was finished. The only thing to do with him was to sacrifice him. The scriptures teach us in more than one place how to make an end of tyrants." At this point there were several Latin quotations. "Today, gentlemen, it is not a man who has to be sacrificed, it is Paris. What is the use of arming your 500 men in each department, a hazardous and interminable enterprise? What is the good of involving France in a matter which is personal to Paris? Paris alone has done the evil, with its journals and its salons. Let the new Babylon perish. We must bring to an end the conflict between the Church and Paris. Such a catastrophe would even be in the worldly interests of the throne. Why did not Paris dare to whisper a word under Bonaparte? Ask the canon of Saint Roch. Julien did not leave with M. de la Mole before 3 o'clock in the morning. The marquis seemed tired and ashamed. For the first time in his life, in conversation with Julien, his tone was plaintive. He asked him for his word never to reveal the excesses of zeal. That was his expression, of which chance had just made him a witness. Only mention it to our foreign friend if he seriously insists on knowing what our young madmen are like. What does it matter to them if a state is overthrown? They will become cardinals and will take refuge in Rome. As for us, we shall be massacred by the peasants in our chateaux. The secret note in which the Marquis condensed Julien's full report of 26 pages was not ready before 5:15. "I am dead tired," said the Marquis, "as is quite obvious from the lack of clearness at the end of this note. I am more dissatisfied with it than with anything I ever did in my whole life. Look here, my friend," he added, "go and rest for some hours, and as I am frightened you might be kidnapped, I shall lock you up in your room." The Marquis took Julien on the following day to a lonely chateau at a good distance from Paris. There were strange guests there whom Julien thought were priests. He was given a passport which was made out in a fictitious name, but indicated the real destination of his journey, which he had always pretended not to know. He got into a carriage alone. The Marquis had no anxiety on the score of his memory. Julien had recited the secret note to him several times, but he was very apprehensive of his being intercepted. "Above all, mind you, like a coxcomb who is simply travelling to kill him," he said affectionately to him when he was leaving the salon. Perhaps there was more than one treacherous brother in this evening's meeting. The journey was quick and very melancholy. Julien had scarcely got out of the Marquis's sight before he forgot his secret note and his mission, and only thought about Mathilde's disdain. At a village some leagues beyond Metz, the postmaster came and told him that there were no horses. It was 10 o'clock in the evening. Julien was very annoyed and asked for supper. He walked in front of the door and gradually, without being noticed, passed into the stable yard. He did not see any horses there. "That man looks strange, though," thought Julien to himself. He was scrutinizing me with his brutal eyes. As one see, he was beginning to be slightly sceptical of all he heard. He thought of escaping after supper, and in order to learn at any rate something about the surrounding country, he left his room to go and warm himself at the kitchen fire. He was overjoyed to find there the celebrated singer, Signor Geronimo. The Neapolitan was ensconced in an armchair which he had brought near the fire. He was groaning aloud and was speaking more to himself than to the 20 dumbfounded German peasants who surrounded him. "Those people will be my ruin," he cried to Julien. "I have promised to sing tomorrow at Mayence. 7 sovereign princes have gone there to hear me. Let us go and take the air," he added meaningly. When he had gone 100 yards down the road, and it was impossible to be overheard, he said to Julien, "Do you know the real truth? The postmaster is a scoundrel. When I went out for a walk, I gave 20 sous to a little ragamuffin who told me everything. There are 12 horses in the stable at the other end of the village. They want to stop some courier." "Really?" said Julien innocently. Discovering the fraud was not enough. The thing was to get away. But Geronimo and his friends could not succeed in doing this. "Let us wait for daybreak," said the singer at last. "They are mistrustful of us. It is perhaps you or me whom they suspect. We will order a good breakfast tomorrow morning, go for a walk while they are getting it ready. We will then escape. We will hire horses and gain the next station." "And how about your luggage?" said Julien, who thought perhaps Geronimo himself might have been sent to intercept him. They had to have supper and go to bed. Julien was still in his first sleep when he was woken up with a start by the voices of 2 persons who were speaking in his room with utmost freedom. He recognized the postmaster armed with a dark lantern. The light was turned on the carriage seat which Julien had taken up into his room. Beside the postmaster was a man who was calmly searching the open seat. Julien could see nothing except the sleeves of his coat, which were black and very tight. "It's a cassock," he said to himself, and he softly seized the little pistol which he had placed under his pillow. Don't be frightened of his waking up, curé, said the postmaster. The wine that had been served him was the stuff prepared by yourself. I can't find any trace of papers, answered the curé. A lot of linen and essences, pomades and vanities. It's a young man of the world and pleasure bent. The other one, who affects an Italian accent, is more likely to be the emissary. The men approached Julien to search the pockets of his travelling coat. He felt very tempted to kill them for thieves. Nothing could be safer in its consequences. He was very desirous of doing so. I should only be a fool, he said to himself. I should compromise my mission. He is not a diplomatist, said the priest after searching his coat. He went away, and did well to do so. It will be a bad business for him, Julien was saying to himself, if he touches me in my bed. He may have quite well come to stab me, and I won't put up with that. The curé turned his head. Julien half opened his eyes. He was inordinately astonished. He was the Abbé Castanede. As a matter of fact, although these two persons had made a point of talking in a fairly low voice, he had thought from the first that he recognized one of the voices. Julien was seized with an inordinate desire to purge the earth of one of its most cowardly villains. But my mission, he said to himself. The curé and his acolyte went out. A quarter of an hour afterwards, Julien pretended to have just woken up. He called out and woke the whole house. I am poisoned, he exclaimed. I am suffering horribly. He wanted an excuse to go to Geronimo's help. He found him half suffocated by the laudanum that had been contained in the wine. Julien had been apprehensive of some trick of this character, and had supped on some chocolate which he had brought from Paris. He could not wake Geronimo up sufficiently to induce him to leave. If they were to give me the whole kingdom of Naples, said the singer, I would not now give up the pleasure of sleeping. But the 7 sovereign princes, let them wait. Julien, left alone, and arrived at the house of the great personage without other incident. He wasted a whole morning in vainly soliciting an audience. Fortunately, about 4 o'clock the Duke wanted to take the air. Julien saw him go out on foot, and he did not hesitate to ask him for alms. When at 2 yards' distance from the great personage, he pulled out the Marquis de la Mole's watch and exhibited it ostentatiously. Follow me at a distance, said the man without looking at him. At a quarter of a league's distance, the Duke suddenly entered a little coffee-house. It was in a room of this low-class inn that Julien had the honour of reciting his 4 pages to the Duke. When he had finished, he was told to start again and go more slowly. The prince took notes. Reach the next posting-station on foot. Leave your luggage in your carriage here. Get to Strasbourg as best you can, and at 12:30 on the 22nd of the month, it was at present the 10th, come to the same coffee-house. Do not leave for half an hour. Silence. These were the only words which Julien heard. They sufficed to inspire him with the highest admiration. That is the way, he thought, that real business is done. What would this great statesman say if he were to listen to the impassioned ranters heard 3 days ago? Julien took 2 days to reach Strasbourg. He thought he would have nothing to do there. He made a great detour. If that devil of an Abbé Castanede had recognized me, he is not the kind of man to lose track of me easily. And how he would revel in making a fool of me and causing my mission to fail. Fortunately, the Abbé Castanede, who was the chief of the Congregational police on all the northern frontier, had not recognized him, and the Strasbourg Jesuits, although very zealous, never gave a thought to observing Julien, who with his cross and his blue tailcoat looked like a young military man, very much engrossed in his own personal appearance. End of chapter 52. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 24 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 54. Strasbourg. Fascination. Love gives thee all his love, energy, and all his power of suffering unhappiness. It is only his enchanting pleasures, his sweet delights, which are outside thy sphere. When I saw her ship, I was made to say, with all her angelic beauty and her sweet weaknesses, she is absolutely mine. There she is, quite in my power, such as heaven made her in its pity, in order to ravish a man's heart. Ode of Schiller. Julien was compelled to spend 8 days in Strasbourg and try to distract himself by thoughts of military glory and patriotic devotion. Was he in love then? He could not tell. He only felt in his tortured soul that Mathilde was the absolute mistress both of his happiness and of his imagination. He needed all the energy of his character to keep himself from sinking into despair. It was out of his power to think of anything unconnected with Mademoiselle de la Mole. His ambition and his simple personal successes had formerly distracted him from the sentiments which Madame de Renal had inspired. Mathilde was all-absorbing. She loomed large over his whole future. Julien saw failure in every phase of that future. This same individual whom we remember to have been so presumptuous and haughty at Verrières had fallen into an excess of grotesque modesty. 3 days ago, he would only have been too pleased to have killed the Abbé Castanede, and now at Strasbourg, if a child had picked a quarrel with him, he would have thought the child was in the right. In thinking again about the adversaries and enemies whom he had met in his life, he always thought that he, Julien, had been in the wrong. The fact was that the same powerful imagination which had formerly been continuously employed in painting a successful future in the most brilliant colours had now been transformed into his implacable enemy. The absolute solicitude of a traveller's life increased the ascendancy of his sinister imagination. What a boon a friend would have been! But Julien said to himself, "Is there a single heart which beats with affection for me? And even if I did have a friend, would not honour enjoin me to eternal silence?" He was riding gloomily in the outskirts of Kehl. It is a market town on the banks of the Rhine, and immortalized by Desailles and Gouvion Saint-Cyr. A German peasant showed him the little brooks, roads, and islands of the Rhine, which have acquired a name through the courage of these great generals. Julien was guiding his horse with his left hand, while he held unfolded in his right the superb map which adorns the memoirs of the Marshal Saint-Cyr. A merry exclamation made him lift his head. It was the Prince Korasoff, that London friend of his, who had initiated him some months before into the elementary rules of high fatuity. Faithful to his great art, Korasoff, who had just arrived at Strasbourg, had been 1 hour in Kehl, and had never read a single line in his whole life about the siege of 1796, began to explain it all to Julien. The German peasant looked at him in astonishment, for he knew enough French to appreciate the enormous blunders which the prince was making. Julien was 1,000 leagues away from the peasant's thoughts. He was looking in astonishment at the handsome young man and admiring his grace in sitting a horse. "What a lucky temperament," he said to himself, "and how his trousers suit him, and how elegantly his hair is cut. Alas, if I had been like him, it might have been that she would not have come to dislike me after loving me for 3 days." When the prince had finished his siege of Kehl, he said to Julien, "You look like a Trappist. You are carrying to excess that principle of gravity which I enjoined upon you in London. A melancholy manner cannot be good form. What is wanted is an air of boredom. If you are melancholy, it is because you lack something, because you have failed in something. That means showing one's own inferiority. If on the other hand you are bored, it is only that what has made an unsuccessful attempt to please you which is inferior. So realize, my dear friend, the enormity of your mistake. Julian tossed a crown to the gaping peasant who was listening to them. "Good," said the prince. "That shows grace and a noble disdain. Very good." And he put his horse to the gallop. Full of stupid admiration, Julian followed him. Ah, if I had been like that, she would not have preferred Croisnois to me. The more his reason was offended by the grotesque affectations of the prince, the more he despised himself for not having them. It was impossible for self-disgust to be carried further. The prince, still finding him distinctly melancholy, said to him as they re-entered Strasbourg, "Come, my dear fellow, have you lost all your money, or perhaps you are in love with some little actress? The Russian copy French manners, but always at an interval of 50 years. They have now reached the age of Louis XV. These jests about love brought the tears to Julian's eyes. Why should I not consult this charming man? He suddenly said to himself. Well, yes, my dear friend, he said to the prince. You see in me a man who is very much in love and jilted into the bargain. A charming woman who lives in a neighboring town has left me stranded here after 3 passionate days, and the change kills me. Using fictitious names, he described to the prince Mathilde's conduct and character. You need not finish, said Korasoff. In order to give you confidence in your doctor, I will finish the story you have confided to me. This young woman's husband enjoys an enormous income, or even more probably, she belongs herself to the high nobility of the district. She must be proud about something. Julian nodded his head. He had no longer the courage to speak. Very good, said the prince. Here are 3 fairly bitter pills that you will take without delay. 1. See Madame. What is her name? Every day. Madame de Dubois. What a name, said the prince, bursting into laughter. But forgive me, you find it sublime. Your tactics must be to see Madame de Dubois every day. Above all, do not appear to be cold and piqued. Remember the great principle of your century. Be the opposite of what is expected. Be exactly as you were the week before you were honored by her favors. Ah, I was calm enough then, exclaimed Julian in despair. I thought I was taking pity on her. The moth is burning itself at the candle, continued the prince, using a metaphor as old as the world. 1. You will see her every day. 2. You will pay court to a woman in her own set, but without manifesting a passion. Do you understand? I do not disguise from you that your role is difficult. You are playing a part, and if she realizes you are playing it, you are lost. She has so much intelligence, and I have so little. I shall be lost, said Julian sadly. No, you are only more in love than I thought. Madame de Dubois is preoccupied with herself, as are all women who have been favored by heaven with either too much pedigree or too much money. She contemplates herself instead of contemplating you. Consequently, she does not know you. During the 2 or 3 fits of love into which she managed to work herself for your special benefit, she saw in you the hero of her dreams and not the man you really are. But deuce take it, this is elementary, my dear Sorel. Are you an absolute novice? All's life. Let us go into the shop. Look at that charming black cravat. One would say it was made by John Anderson of Burlington Street. Be kind enough to take it and throw far away that awful black cord which you are wearing round your neck. And now, continued the prince as they came out of the shop of the first hosier of Strasbourg, what is the society in which Madame de Dubois lives? Great God, what a name! Don't be angry, my dear Sorel. I can't help it. Now, whom are you going to pay court to? To an absolute prude, the daughter of an immensely rich stocking merchant. She has the finest eyes in the world, and they please me infinitely. She doubtlessly holds the highest place in the society of the district, but in the midst of all her greatness, she blushes and becomes positively confused if anyone starts talking about trade or shops. And unfortunately, her father was one of the best-known merchants in Strasbourg. So, said the prince with a laugh, You are sure that when one talks about trade, your fair lady thinks about herself and not about you. This silly weakness is divine and extremely useful. It will prevent you from yielding to a single moment's folly when near her sparkling eyes. Success is assured. Julien was thinking of Madame de Maréchal of Fervaques, who often came to the Hotel de la Mole. She was a beautiful foreigner who had married the Maréchal a year before his death. The one object of her whole life seemed to be to make people forget that she was the daughter of a manufacturer. In order to cut some figure in Paris, she had placed herself at the head of the party of piety. Julien sincerely admired the prince. What would he not have given to have possessed his affectations? The conversation between the two friends was interminable. Korasoff was delighted. No Frenchman had ever listened to him for so long. So I have succeeded at last, said the prince to himself complacently, in getting a proper hearing, and that too through giving lessons to my master. So we are quite agreed, he repeated to Julien for the 10th time. When you talk to the young beauty, I mean the daughter of the Strasbourg stocking merchant, in the presence of Madame de Dubois, not a trace of passion. But on the other hand, be ardently passionate when you write. Reading a well-written love letter is a prude's supremest pleasure. It is a moment of relaxation. She leaves off posing and dares to listen to her own heart. Consequently, 2 letters a day. Never, never, said Julien despondently. I would rather be ground in a mortar than make up 3 phrases. I am a corpse, my dear fellow. Hope nothing from me. Let me die by the roadside. And who is talking about making up phrases? I have got 6 volumes of copied out love letters in my bag. I have letters to suit every variation of feminine character, including the most highly virtuous. Did not Clergy pay court at Richmond on the Thames, at 3 leagues from London, you know, to the prettiest Quakeress in the whole of England? Julien was less unhappy when he left his friend at 2 o'clock in the morning. The prince summoned a copyist the following day, and 2 days afterwards Julien was the possessor of 53 carefully numbered love letters intended for the most sublime and the most melancholy virtue. The reason why there is not 54, said the prince, is because Clergy allowed himself to be dismissed. But what does it matter to you if you are badly treated by the stocking merchant's daughter when you only wish to produce an impression upon Madame de Dubois' heart? They went out riding every day. The prince was mad on Julien. Not knowing how else to manifest his sudden friendship, he finished up by offering him the hand of one of his cousins, a rich Moscow heiress, and once married, he added, my influence and that cross of yours will get you made a colonel within 2 years. But that cross was not given me by Napoleon. Far from it. What does it matter? Said the prince. Didn't he invent it? It is still the first in Europe by a long way. Julien was on the point of accepting, but his duty called him back to the great personage. When he left Korasoff, he promised to write. He received the answer to the secret note which he had brought, and posted towards Paris. But he had scarcely been alone for 2 successive days before leaving France, and Mathilde seemed a worse punishment than death. I will not marry the millions Korasoff offers me, he said to himself, and I will follow his advice. After all, the art of seduction is his specialty. He has thought about nothing else except that alone for more than 15 years, for he is now 30. One can't say that he lacks intelligence. He is subtle and cunning. Enthusiasm and poetry are impossible in such a character. He is an attorney, an additional reason for his not making a mistake. I must do it. I will pay court to Madame de Fervaques. It is very likely she will bore me a little, but I will look at her beautiful eyes, which are so like those other eyes which have loved me more than anyone in the world. She is a foreigner. She is a new character to observe. I feel mad, and as though I were going to the devil. I must follow the advice of a friend and not trust myself. End of section 24. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 25 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace P. Samuel. Chapter 55. The Ministry of Virtue. But if I take this pleasure with so much prudence and circumspection, I shall no longer find it a pleasure. Lope de Vega. As soon as our hero had returned to Paris and had come out of the study of the Marquis de la Mole, who seemed very displeased with the dispatches that were given him, he rushed off for the Comte Altamira. This noble foreigner, combined with the advantage of having once been condemned to death, a very grave demeanour, together with the good fortune of a devout temperament. These two qualities, and more than anything, the Comte's high birth, made an especial appeal to Madame de Fervaques, who saw a lot of him. Julien solemnly confessed to him that he was very much in love with her. Her virtue is the purest and the highest, answered Altamira. Only it is a little Jesuitical and dogmatic. There are days when, though I understand each of the expressions which she makes use of, I never understand the whole sentence. She often makes me think that I do not know French as well as I am said to. But your acquaintance with her will get you talked about. It will give you weight in the world. But let us go to Bustos, said Count Altamira, who had a methodical turn of mind. He once paid court to Madame le Maréchal. Don Diego Bustos had the matter explained to him at length, while he said nothing, like a barrister in his chambers. He had a big monk-like face with black moustaches and an inimitable gravity. He was, however, a good carbonaro. I understand, he said to Julien at last. Has the Maréchal de Fervaques had lovers, or has she not? Have you consequently any hope of success? That is the question. I don't mind telling you, for my part, that I have failed. Now that I am no more piqued, I reason it out to myself in this way. She is often bad-tempered, and as I will tell you in a minute, she is quite vindictive. I fail to detect in her that bilious temperament which is a sign of genius, and shows as it were a veneer of passion over all its actions. On the contrary, she owes her rare beauty and her fresh complexion to the phlegmatic, tranquil character of the Dutch. Julien began to lose patience with the phlegmatic slowness of the imperturbable Spaniard. He could not help giving vent to some monosyllables from time to time. Will you listen to me? Don Diego Bustos gravely said to him. Forgive the Furia Francese. I am all ears, said Julien. The Maréchal de Fervaques, then, is a great hater. She persecutes ruthlessly people she has never seen. Advocates poor devils of men of letters who have composed songs like Coyer, you know. J'ai la marotte, dame marotte, etc. And Julien had to put up with the whole quotation. The Spaniard was very pleased to get a chance of singing in French. The divine song was never listened to more impatiently. When it was finished, Don Diego said, the Maréchal procured the dismissal of the author of the song. On joue l'amour au cabaret. Julien shuddered lest he should want to sing it. He contented himself with analyzing it. As a matter of fact, it was blasphemous and somewhat indecent. When the Maréchal became enraged against the song, said Don Diego, I remarked to her that a woman of her rank ought not to read all the stupid things that are published. Whatever progress piety and gravity may make, France will always have a cabaret literature. Be careful, I said to Madame de Fervaques, when she had succeeded in depriving the author, a poor devil on half pay, of a place worth 1,800 francs a year. You have attacked this rhymester with your own arms. He may answer you with his rhymes. He will make a song about virtue. The gilded salons will be on your side. But people who like to laugh will repeat his epigrams. Do you know, monsieur, what the Maréchal answered? Let all Paris come and see me walking to my martyrdom for the sake of the Lord. It will be a new spectacle for France. The people will learn to respect the quality. It will be the finest day of my life. Her eyes never looked finer. And she had superb ones, exclaimed Julian. I see that you are in love. Further, went on Don Diego Bustos gravely, she has not the bilious constitution which causes vindictiveness. If, however, she likes to do harm, it is because she is unhappy. I suspect some great misfortune. May it not be quite well a case of prude tired of her role? The Spaniard looked at him in silence for a good minute. That's the whole point, he added gravely, and that's what may give you ground for some hope. I have often reflected about it during the 2 years that I was her very humble servant. All your future, my amorous sir, depends on this great problem. Is she a prude, tired of her role, and only malicious because she is unhappy? Or, said Altamira, emerging at last from his deep silence, can it be, as I have said 20 times before, simply a case of French vanity? The memory of her father, the celebrated cloth merchant, constitutes the unhappiness of this frigid, melancholy nature. The only happiness she could find would be to live in Toledo, and to be tortured by a confessor who would show her hell wide open every day. Altamira informs me you are one of us, said Don Diego, whose demeanour was growing graver and graver, to Julian as he went out. You will help us one day in re-winning our liberty. So I would like to help you in this little amusement. It is right that you should know the Marechal's style. Here are 4 letters in her handwriting. I will copy them out, exclaimed Julian, and bring them back to you. And you will never let anyone know a word of what we have been saying. Never, on my honour, said Julian. Well, God help you, said the Spaniard, and he silently escorted Altamira and Julian as far as the staircase. This somewhat amused our hero. He was on the point of smiling. So we have the devout Altamira, he said to himself, aiding me in an adulterous enterprise. During Don Diego's solemn conversation, Julian had been attentive to the hours struck by the clock of the Hotel d'Aligre. The dinner hour was drawing near. He was going to see Matilda again. He went in and dressed with much care. Mistake number 1, he said to himself as he descended the staircase. I must follow the prince's instructions to the letter. He went up to his room again and put on a travelling suit which was as simple as it could be. All I have to do now, he thought, is to keep control of my expression. It was only 5:30, and they dined at 6. He thought of going down to the salon, which he found deserted. He was moved to the point of tears at the sight of the blue sofa. I must make an end of this foolish sensitiveness, he said angrily. It will betray me. He took up a paper in order to keep himself in countenance, and passed 3 or 4 times from salon into the garden, and it was only when he was well concealed by a large oak that he ventured to raise his eyes at Mademoiselle de la Mole's window. It was hermetically sealed. He was on the point of falling, and remained for a long time leaning against the oak. Then, with a staggering step, he bent to have another look at the gardener's ladder. The chain which he had once forced asunder, in, alas, such different circumstances, had not yet been repaired. Carried away by a moment of madness, Julian pressed it to his lips. After having wandered about for a long time between the salon and the garden, Julian felt horribly tired. He was now feeling acutely the effects of a first success. My eyes will be expressionless and will not betray me. The guests gradually arrived in the salon. The door never opened without instilling anxiety into Julian's heart. They sat down at table. Mademoiselle de la Mole, always faithful to her habit of keeping people waiting, eventually appeared. She blushed a great deal on seeing Julian. She had not been told of his arrival. In accordance with Prince Korasoff's recommendation, Julian looked at his hands. They were trembling. Troubled though he was beyond words by this discovery, he was sufficiently happy to look merely tired. Monsieur de la Mole sang his praises. The Marquise spoke to him a minute afterwards, and complimented him on his tired appearance. Julian said to himself at every minute, I ought not to look too much at Mademoiselle de la Mole. I ought not to avoid looking at her too much either. I must appear as I was 8 days before my unhappiness." He had occasion to be satisfied with his success and remained in the salon. Paying attention for the first time to the mistress of the house, he made every effort to make the visitors speak and to keep the conversation alive. His politeness was rewarded. Madame de la Maréchale de Fervaques was announced about 8 o'clock. Julien retired, and shortly afterwards appeared dressed with the greatest care. Madame de la Mole was infinitely grateful to him for this mark of respect, and made a point of manifesting her satisfaction by telling Madame de Fervaques about his journey. Julien established himself near the Maréchale in such a position that Mathilde could not notice his eyes. In this position he lavished, in accordance with all the rules in the art of love, the most abject admiration on Madame de Fervaques. The first of the 53 letters with which Prince Korasoff had presented him commenced with a tirade on this sentiment. The Maréchale announced that she was going to the Opera Bouffes. Julien rushed there. He ran across the Chevalier de Beauvoisis, who took him into a box occupied by Messieurs the gentlemen of the chamber, just next to Madame de Fervaques' box. Julien constantly looked at her. "I must keep a siege journal," he said to himself as he went back to the hotel. "Otherwise I shall forget my attacks." He wrote 2 or 3 pages on this boring theme, and in this way achieved the admirable result of scarcely thinking at all about Mademoiselle de la Mole. Mathilde had almost forgotten him during his journey. "He is simply a commonplace person after all," she thought. "His name will always recall to me the greatest mistake in my life. I must honestly go back to all my ideas about prudence and honour. A woman who forgets them has everything to lose." She showed herself inclined to allow the contract with the Marquis de Croisenois, which had been prepared so long ago, to be at last concluded. He was mad with joy. He would have been very much astonished had he been told that there was an element of resignation at the bottom of those feelings of Mathilde which made him so proud. All Mademoiselle de la Mole's ideas changed when she saw Julien. "As a matter of fact, he is my husband," she said to herself. "If I am sincere in my return to sensible notions, he is clearly the man I ought to marry." She was expecting importunities and airs of unhappiness on the part of Julien. She commenced rehearsing her answers, for he would doubtless try to address some words to her when they left the dinner table. Far from that, he remained stubbornly in the salon, and did not even look in the direction of the garden, though God knows what pain that caused him. "It is better to have this explanation out all at once," thought Mademoiselle de la Mole. She went into the garden alone. Julien did not appear. Mathilde went and walked near the salon window. She found him very much occupied in describing to Madame de Fervaques the old ruined chateau which crowns the banks along the Rhine and invests them with so much atmosphere. He was beginning to acquit himself with some credit in that sentimental picturesque jargon which is called wit in certain salons. Prince Korasoff would have been very proud if he had been at Paris. This evening was exactly what he had predicted. He would have approved the line of conduct which Julien followed on the subsequent days. An intrigue among the members of the secret government was going to bestow a few blue ribbons. Madame Maréchale de Fervaques was insisting on her great-uncle being made a chevalier of the order. The Marquis de la Mole had the same pretensions of his father-in-law. They joined forces, and the Maréchale came to the Hôtel de la Mole nearly every day. It was from her that Julien learned that the Marquis was going to be a minister. He was offering to the Camarilla a very ingenious plan for the annihilation of the Charter within 3 years without any disturbance. If M. de la Mole became a minister, Julien could hope for a bishopric, but all these important interests seemed to be veiled and hazy. His imagination only perceived them very vaguely, and, so to speak, in the far distance. The awful unhappiness which was making him into a madman could find no other interest in life except the character of his relations with Mademoiselle de la Mole. He calculated that after 5 or 6 careful years he would manage to get himself loved again. The cold brain had been reduced, as one sees, to a state of complete disorder. Out of all the qualities which had formerly distinguished him, all that remained was a little firmness. He was literally faithful to the line of conduct which Prince Korasoff had dictated, and placed himself every evening near Madame Fervaques' armchair, but he found it impossible to think of a word to say to her. The strain of making Mathilde think that he had recovered exhausted his whole moral force, and when he was with the Marechal he seemed almost lifeless. Even his eyes had lost all their fire, as in cases of extreme physical suffering. As Madame de la Meule's views were invariably a counterpart of the opinions of that husband of hers who could make her into a duchess, she had been singing Julien's praises for some days. End of section 25. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 26 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 56. Moral Love. There also was of course in Adeline that calm patrician polish in the address, which ne'er can pass the equinoctial line of anything which nature would express. Just as a mandarin finds nothing fine, at least his manner suffers not to guess that anything he views can greatly please. Don Juan, chapter 13, stanza 84. There is an element of madness in all this family's way of looking at things, thought the Marechal. They are infatuated with their young abbe, whose only accomplishment is to be a good listener, though his eyes are fine enough, it is true. Julien, on his side, found in the Marechal's manner an almost perfect instance of that patrician calm which exhales a scrupulous politeness, and, what is more, announces at the same time the impossibility of any violent emotion. Madame de Fervaques would have been as much scandalized by any unexpected movement or any lack of self-control as by a lack of dignity towards one's inferiors. She would have regarded the slightest symptom of sensibility as a kind of moral drunkenness which puts one to the blush, and was extremely prejudicial to what a person of high rank owed to herself. Her great happiness was to talk of the king's last hunt. Her favourite book was the Memoirs of the Duke de Saint-Simon, especially the genealogical part. Julien knew the place where the arrangement of the light suited Madame de Fervaques' particular style of beauty. He got there in advance, but was careful to turn his chair in such a way as not to see Mathilde. Astonished one day at this consistent policy of hiding himself from her, she left the blue sofa and came to work by the little table near the Marechal's armchair. Julien had a fairly close view of her over Madame de Fervaques' hat. Those eyes, which were the arbiters of his fate, frightened him, and then hurled him violently out of his habitual apathy. He talked, and talked very well. He was speaking to the Marechal, but his one aim was to produce an impression upon Mathilde's soul. He became so animated that eventually Madame de Fervaques did not manage to understand a word he said. This was a prime merit. If it had occurred to Julien to follow it up by some phrases of German mysticism, lofty religion, and Jesuitism, the Marechal would have immediately given him a rank among the superior men whose mission it was to regenerate the age. Since he has had bad enough taste, said Mademoiselle de la Meule, to talk so long and so ardently to Madame de Fervaques, I shall not listen to him any more. She kept her resolution during the whole latter part of the evening, although she had difficulty in doing so. At midnight, when she took her mother's candle to accompany her to her room, Madame de la Meule stopped on the staircase to enter into an exhaustive eulogy of Julien. Mathilde ended by losing her temper. She could not get to sleep. She felt calmed by this thought. The very things which I despise in a man may none the less constitute a great merit in the eyes of the Marechal. As for Julien, he had done something. He was less unhappy. His eyes chanced to fall on the Russian leather portfolio in which Prince Korasoff had placed the 53 love letters which he had presented to him. Julien saw a note at the bottom of the first letter. Number 1 is sent 8 days after the first meeting. I am behindhand, exclaimed Julien. It is quite a long time since I met Madame de Fervaques. He immediately began to copy out his first love letter.
It was a homily packed with moral platitudes and deadly dull. Julien was fortunate enough to fall asleep at the second page. Some hours afterwards he was surprised to see the broad daylight as he leant on his desk. The most painful moments in his life were those when he woke up every morning to realize his unhappiness. On this particular day he finished copying out his letter in a state verging on laughter. "Is it possible," he said to himself, "that there ever lived a young man who actually wrote like that?" He counted several sentences of 9 lines each. At the bottom of the original he noticed a pencil note. "These letters are delivered personally, on horseback, black cravat, blue tailcoat. You give the letter to the porter with a contrite air, expression of profound melancholy. If you notice any chambermaid, dry your eyes furtively and speak to her." All this was duly carried out. "I am taking a very bold course," thought Julien as he came out of the Hôtel de Fervaques, "but all the worse for Korasoff. To think of daring to write to so virtuous a celebrity! I shall be treated with the utmost contempt, and nothing will amuse me more. It is really the only comedy that I can in any way appreciate. Yes, it will amuse me to load with ridicule that odious creature whom I call myself. If I believed in myself, I would commit some crime to distract myself." The moment when Julien brought his horse back to the stable was the happiest he had experienced for a whole month. Korasoff had expressly forbidden him to look at the mistress who had left him on any pretext whatsoever. But the step of that horse, which she knew so well, and Julien's way of knocking on the stable door with his riding whip to call a man, sometimes attracted Mathilde to behind the window curtain. The muslin was so light that Julien could see through it. By looking under the brim of his hat in a certain way, he could get a view of Mathilde's figure without seeing her eyes. "Consequently," he said to himself, "she cannot see mine, and that is not really looking at her." In the evening Madame de Fervaques behaved towards him exactly as though she had never received the philosophic, mystical, and religious dissertation which he had given to her porter in the morning with so melancholy an air. Chance had shown Julien on the preceding day how to be eloquent. He placed himself in such a position that he could see Mathilde's eyes. She, on her side, left the blue sofa a minute after the Marechal's arrival. This involved abandoning her usual associates. Monsieur de Croisenois seemed overwhelmed by this new caprice. His palpable grief alleviated the awfulness of Julien's agony. This unexpected turn in his life made him talk like an angel, and inasmuch as a certain element of self-appreciation will insinuate itself even into those hearts which serve as a temple for the most august virtue, the Marechale said to herself as she got into her carriage, "Madame de la Mole is right. This young priest has distinction. My presence must have overawed him at first. As a matter of fact, the whole tone of this house is very frivolous. I can see nothing but instances of virtue helped by oldness, and standing in great need of the chills of age. This young man must have managed to appreciate the difference. He writes well, but I fear very much that this request of his in his letter for me to enlighten him with my advice is really nothing less than an as yet unconscious sentiment. Nevertheless, how many conversions have begun like that? What makes me consider this a good omen is the difference between his style and that of the young people whose letters I have had an opportunity of seeing. One cannot avoid recognizing unction, profound seriousness, and much conviction in the prose of this young acolyte. He has no doubt the sweet virtue of a Massillon. End of section 26. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 27 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 57. The Finest Places in the Church. Services, talents, merits, Bach, belonged to a coterie, Telemark. The idea of a bishopric had thus become associated with the idea of Julien in the mind of a woman who would sooner or later have at her disposal the finest places in the Church of France. This idea had not struck Julien at all. At the present time his thoughts were strictly limited to his actual unhappiness. Everything tended to intensify it. The sight of his room, for instance, had become unbearable. When he came back in the evening with his candle, each piece of furniture and each little ornament seemed to articulate and to announce harshly some new phase of his unhappiness. "I have a hard task before me to-day," he said to himself as he came in with a vivacity which he had not experienced for a long time. "Let us hope that the second letter will be as boring as the first." It was more so. What he was copying seemed so absurd that he finished up by transcribing it line for line without thinking of the sense. "It is even more bombastic," he said to himself, "than those official documents of the Treaty of Munster which my professor of diplomacy made me copy out at London." It was only then that he remembered Madame de Fervac's letters which he had forgotten to give back to the grave Spaniard Don Diego Bustos. He found them. They were really almost as nonsensical as those of the young Russian nobleman. Their vagueness was unlimited. It meant everything and nothing. "It's the Aeolian harp of style," thought Julien. "The only real thing I see in the middle of all these lofty thoughts about annihilation, death, infinity, etc., is an abominable fear of ridicule." The monologue which we have just condensed was repeated for 15 days on end. Falling off to sleep as he copied out a sort of commentary on the Apocalypse, going with a melancholy expression to deliver it the following day, taking his horse back to the stable in the hope of catching sight of Mathilde's dress, working, going in the evening to the opera on those evenings when Madame de Fervaques did not come to the Hôtel de la Mole. Such were the monotonous events in Julien's life. His life had more interest when Madame la Fervaques visited the marquise. He could then catch a glimpse of Mathilde's eyes underneath a feather of the Marechal's hat, and he would wax eloquent. His picturesque and sentimental phrases began to assume a style which was both more striking and more elegant. He quite realized that what he said was absurd in Mathilde's eyes, but he wished to impress her by the elegance of his diction. "The falser my speeches are, the more I ought to please," thought Julien. And he then had the abominable audacity to exaggerate certain elements in his own character. He soon appreciated that to avoid appearing vulgar in the eyes of the Marechal, it was necessary to eschew simple and rational ideas. He would continue on these lines, or would cut short his grand eloquence according as he saw appreciation or indifference in the eyes of the two great ladies whom he had set out to please. Taking it all round, his life was less awful than when his days were passed in inaction. "But," he said to himself one evening, "here I am copying out the 15th of these abominable dissertations. The first 14 have been duly delivered to the Marechal's porter. I shall have the honour of filling all the drawers in her escritoire. And yet she treats me as though I never wrote. What can be the end of all of this? Will my constancy bore her as much as it does me? I must admit that that Russian friend of Korasov's, who was in love with the pretty Quakeress of Richmond, was a terrible man in his time. No one could be more overwhelming. Like all mediocre individuals who chance to come into contact with the manoeuvres of a great general, Julien understood nothing of the attack executed by the young Russian on the heart of the young English girl. The only purpose of the first 40 letters was to secure forgiveness for the boldness of writing at all. The sweet person, who perhaps lived a life of inordinate boredom, had to be induced to contract the habit of receiving letters, which were perhaps a little less insipid than her everyday life. One morning a letter was delivered to Julien. He recognized the arms of Madame la Fervaques and broke the seal with an eagerness which would have seemed impossible to him some days before. It was only an invitation to dinner. He rushed to Prince Korasov's instructions. Unfortunately, the young Russian had taken it into his head to be as flippant as Dorat, just when he should have been simple and intelligible. Julien was not able to form any idea of the moral position which he ought to take up at the Marechal's dinner. The salon was extremely magnificent and decorated like the Galerie de Diane in the Tuileries with panelled oil paintings. There were some light spots on these pictures. Julien learned that the mistress of the house had thought the subject somewhat lacking in decency, and that she had had the pictures corrected. What a moral century, he thought. He noticed in this salon three of the persons who had been present at the drawing up of the secret note. One of them, my Lord Bishop of the Marechal's uncle, had the disposition of the ecclesiastical patronage, and could, it was said, refuse his niece nothing. What immense progress I have made, said Julien to himself with a melancholy smile, and how indifferent I am to it. Here I am dining with the famous Bishop of. The dinner was mediocre and the conversation wearisome. It's like the small talk in a bad book, thought Julien. All the greatest subjects of human thought are profoundly tackled. After listening for 3 minutes, one asks oneself which is greater, the speaker's bombast or his abominable ignorance. The reader had doubtless forgotten the little man of letters named Tanbeau, who was a nephew of the academician, and intended to be professor, who seemed entrusted with the task of poisoning the salon of the Hôtel de la Mole with his base calumnies. It was this little man who gave Julien the first inkling that though Madame de Fervaques did not answer, she might quite well take an indulgent view of the sentiment which dictated them. M. Tanbeau's sinister soul was lacerated by the thought of Julien's success. But since, on the other hand, a man of merit cannot be in two places at the same time, any more than a fool, said the future professor to himself, if Sorel becomes the love of the sublime Marechal, she will obtain some lucrative position for him in the church, and I shall be rid of him in the Hôtel de la Mole. Monsieur the Abbé Pirard addressed long sermons to Julien concerning his success at the Hôtel de Fervaques. There was a sectarian jealousy between the austere Jansenist and the salon of the virtuous Marechal, which was Jesuitical, reactionary, and monarchical. End of section 27. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 28 of The Red and the Black. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 58. Manon Lescaut. Accordingly, once he was thoroughly convinced of the asinine stupidity of the prior, he would usually succeed well enough by calling white black and black white. Lichtenberg. The Russian instructions peremptorily forbade the writer from ever contradicting in conversation the recipient of the letters. No pretext could excuse any deviation from the role of that ecstatic admiration. The letters were always based on that hypothesis. One evening at the opera, when in Madame de Fervaques' box, Julien spoke of the ballet of Manon Lescaut in the same enthusiastic terms. His only reason for talking in that strain was the fact that he thought it insignificant. The Marechal said that the ballet was very inferior to the Abbé Prévost's novel. The idea, thought Julien, both surprised and amused, of so highly virtuous a person praising a novel. Madame de Fervaques used to profess 2 or 3 times a week the most absolute contempt for those writers, who, by means of their insipid works, try to corrupt a youth which is, alas, only to incline to the errors of the senses. Manon Lescaut, continued the Marechal, is said to be one of the best of his immoral and dangerous type of book. The weaknesses and the deserved anguish of a criminal heart are, they say, portrayed with a truth which is not lacking in depth, a fact which does not prevent your Bonaparte from stating at St. Helena that it is simply a novel written for lackeys. The word Bonaparte restored to Julien all the activity of his mind. They have tried to ruin me with the Marechal. They have told her of my enthusiasm for Napoleon. This fact had sufficiently piqued her to make her yield to the temptation to make me feel it. This discovery amused him all the evening and rendered him amusing. As he took leave of the Marechale in the vestibule of the Opera, she said to him, "Remember, monsieur, one must not like Bonaparte if you like me. At the best he can only be accepted as a necessity imposed by Providence. Besides, the man did not have a sufficiently supple soul to appreciate masterpieces of art." "When you like me," Julien kept on repeating to himself, "that means nothing or means everything. Here we have mysteries of language which are beyond us poor provincials." And he thought a great deal about Madame de Rênal as he copied out an immense letter destined for the Marechale. "How is it," she said to him the following day, with an assumed indifference which he thought was clumsily assumed, "that you talked to me about London and Richmond in a letter which you wrote last night, I think, when you came back from the opera?" Julien was very embarrassed. He had copied line by line without thinking about what he was writing, and had apparently forgotten to substitute Paris and St. Cloud for the words London and Richmond which occurred in the original. He commenced 2 or 3 sentences, but found it impossible to finish them. He went on the point of succumbing to a fit of idiotic laughter. Finally, by picking his words, he succeeded in formulating this inspiration. "Exalted as I was by the discussion of the most sublime and greatest interests of the human soul, my own soul may have been somewhat absent in my letter to you. I am making an impression," he said to himself, "so I can spare myself the boredom of the rest of the evening." He left the Hôtel de Fervaques at a run. In the evening he had another look at the original of the letter which he had copied out on the previous night, and soon came to the fatal place where the young Russian made mention of London and of Richmond. Julien was very astonished to find this letter almost tender. It had been the contrast between the apparent lightness of his conversation and the sublime and most apocalyptic profundity of his letters which had marked him out for favour. The Marechale was particularly pleased by the longness of the sentences. This was very far from being that sprightly style which that immoral man Voltaire had brought into fashion. Although our hero made every possible human effort to eliminate from his conversation any symptom of good sense, it still preserved a certain anti-monarchical and blasphemous tinge which did not escape Madame de Fervaques. Surrounded as she was by persons who, though eminently moral, had very often not a single idea during a whole evening, this lady was profoundly struck by anything resembling a novelty, but at the same time she thought she owed it to herself to be offended by it. She called this defect keeping the imprint of the lightness of the age. But such salons are only worth observing when one has a favour to procure. The reader doubtless shares all the ennui of the colourless life which Julien was leading. This period represents the steps of our journey. Mademoiselle de la Mole needed to exercise her self-control to avoid thinking of Julien during the whole period filled by the de Fervaques episode. Her soul was a prey to violent battles. Sometimes she piqued herself on despising that melancholy young man, but his conversation captivated her in spite of herself. She was particularly astonished by his absolute falseness. He did not say a single word to the Marechale which was not a lie, or at any rate an abominable travesty of his own way of thinking, which Mathilde knew so perfectly in every phase. This Machiavellianism impressed her. What subtlety, she said to herself. What a difference between the bombastic coxcombs or the common rascals like Timbaud who talk in the same strain. Nevertheless, Julien went through awful days. It was only to accomplish the most painful of duties that he put in a daily appearance in the Marechale's salon. The strain of playing a part ended by depriving his mind of all its strength. As he crossed each night the immense courtyard of the Hôtel de Fervaques, it was only through sheer force and character and logic that he succeeded in keeping a little above the level of despair. I overcame despair at the seminary, he said. Yet what an awful prospect I had then. I was then either going to make my fortune or come to grief just as I am now. I found myself obliged to pass all my life in intimate association with the most contemptible and disgusting things in the whole world. The following spring, just 11 short months later, I was perhaps the happiest of all young people of my own age. But very often all this fine logic proved unavailing against the awful reality. He saw Mathilde every day at breakfast and at dinner. He knew from the numerous letters which de la Mole dictated to him that she was on the eve of marrying de Croisenois. This charming man already called twice a day at the Hôtel de la Mole. The jealous eye of a jilted lover was alive to every one of his movements. When he thought he had noticed that Mademoiselle de la Mole was beginning to encourage her intended, Julien could not help looking tenderly at his pistols as he went up to his room. Ah, he said to himself, would it not be much wiser to take the marks out of my linen, and to go into some solitary forest 20 leagues from Paris to put an end to this atrocious life? I should be unknown in the district, my death would remain a secret for a fortnight, and who would bother about me after a fortnight? This reasoning was very logical. But on the following day a glimpse of Mathilde's arm between the sleeve of her dress and her glove sufficed to plunge our young philosopher into memories which, though agonizing, none the less gave him a hold in life. Well, he said to himself, I will follow this Russian plan to the end. How will it all finish? So far as the Marechal is concerned, after I have copied out these 53 letters, I shall not write any others. As for Mathilde, these 6 weeks of painful acting will either leave her anger unchanged, or will win me a moment of reconciliation. Great God, I should die of happiness. And he could not finish his train of thought. After a long reverie, he succeeded in taking up the thread of his argument. In that case, he said to himself, I should win one day of happiness, and after that her cruelties, which are based, alas, on my lack of ability to please her, will recommence. I should have nothing left to do. I should be ruined and lost forever. With such a character as hers, what guarantee can she give me? Alas, my manners are no doubt lacking in elegance, and my style of speech is heavy and monotonous. Great God, why am I myself? End of section 28. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 29 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 59. Ennui. Sacrificing one's self to one's passion, let it pass. But sacrificing one's self to passions which one has not got. Oh, melancholy 19th century. Givaudais. Madame de Fervaques had begun reading Julien's long letters without any pleasure. But she now began to think about them. One thing, however, grieved her. What a pity that M. Sorel was not a real priest. He could then be admitted to a kind of intimacy. But in view of that cross and that almost lay dress, one is exposed to cruel questions. And what is one to answer? She did not finish the train of thought. Some malicious woman friend may think, and even spread it about, that he is some lower middle-class cousin or other, a relative of my father, some tradesman who has been decorated by the National Guard. Up to the time which she had seen Julien, Madame de Fervaques' greatest pleasure had been writing the word Marechal after a name. Consequently, a morbid parvenu vanity, which was ready to take umbrage at everything, combated the awakening of her interest in him. It would be so easy for me, said the Marechal, to make him a grand vicar in some diocese near Paris. But plain Monsieur Sorel, and what is more, a man who is the secretary of Monsieur de la Mole, it is heart-breaking. For the first time in her life, this soul, which was afraid of everything, was moved by an interest which was alien to its own pretensions to rank and superiority. Her old porter noticed that whenever he brought a letter from this handsome young man, who always looked so sad, he was certain to see that absent, discontented expression which the Marechale always made a point of assuming on the entry of any of her servants immediately disappear. The boredom of a mode of life whose ambitions were concentrated on impressing the public, without her having at heart any real faculty of enjoyment for that kind of success, had become so intolerable, since she had begun to think of Julien, that all that was necessary to prevent her chambermaids being bullied for a whole day was that their mistress should have passed an hour in the society of this strange young man on the evening of the preceding day. His budding credit was proof against very cleverly written anonymous letters. It was in vain that Tanbeau supplied M. de Luge, de Croisenois, de Caylus with 2 or 3 very clever calumnies which these gentlemen were only too glad to spread, without making too many enquiries of the actual truth of the charges. The Marechale, whose temperament was not calculated to be proof against these vulgar expedients, related her doubts to Mathilde, and was always consoled by her. One day Madame de Fervaques, after having asked 3 times if there were any letters for her, suddenly decided to answer Julien. It was a case of the triumph of ennui. On reaching the 2nd letter in his name, the Marechale almost felt herself pulled up sharp by the unbecomingness of writing with her own hand so vulgar an address as to Monsieur Sorel, care of Monsieur le Marquis de la Mole. "You must bring me envelopes with your address on," she said very dryly to Julien in the evening. "Here I am appointed lover and valet in one," thought Julien, and he bowed, amused himself by wrinkling his face up like Arsène, the old valet of the Marquis. He brought the envelopes that very evening, and he received the 3rd letter very early on the following day. He read 5 or 6 lines at the beginning and 2 or 3 towards the end. There were 4 pages of a small and very close writing. The lady gradually developed the sweet habit of writing nearly every day. Julien answered by faithful copies of the Russian letters, and such is the advantage of the bombastic style, that Madame de Fervaques was not a bit astonished by the lack of connection between his answers and her letters. How gravely irritated would her pride have been if the little Tanbeau, who had constituted himself a voluntary spy on all Julien's movements, had been able to have informed her that all these letters were left unsealed and thrown haphazard into Julien's drawer. One morning the porter was bringing into the library a letter to him from the Marechale. Mathilde met the man, saw the letter together with the address in Julien's handwriting. She entered the library as the porter was leaving it. The letter was still on the edge of the table. Julien was very busy with his work, and had not yet put it in his drawer. "I cannot endure this," exclaimed Mathilde, as she took possession of the letter. "You are completely forgetting me, your wife. Your conduct is awful, monsieur." At these words her pride, shocked by the awful unseemliness of her proceeding, prevented her from speaking. She burst into tears, and soon seemed to Julien scarcely able to breathe. Julien was so surprised and embarrassed that he did not fully appreciate how ideally fortunate this scene was for himself. He helped Mathilde to sit down. She almost abandoned herself in his arms. The first minute in which he noticed this movement, he felt an extreme joy. Immediately afterwards he thought of Korasoff. I may lose everything by a single word. The strain of carrying out his tactics was so great that his arms stiffened. I dare not even allow myself to press this supple, charming frame to my heart, or she will despise me or treat me badly. What an awful character! And while he cursed Mathilde's character, he loved her 100 times more. He thought she had a queen in his arms. Julien's impassive coldness intensified the anguished pride which was lacerating the soul of Mademoiselle de la Mole. She was far from having the necessary self-possession to try and read in his eyes what he felt for her at that particular moment. She could not make up her mind to look at him. She trembled lest she might encounter a contemptuous expression. Seated motionless on the library divan, with her head turned in the opposite direction to Julien, she was a prey to the most poignant anguish that pride and love can inflict upon a human soul. What an awful step had she just slipped into taking! It has been reserved for me, unhappy woman that I am, to see my most unbecoming advances rebuffed. And rebuffed by whom? Added her maddened and wounded pride. Rebuffed by a servant of my father's. That's more than I will put up with, she said aloud, and rising in a fury, she opened the drawer of Julian's table, which was 2 yards in front of her. She stood petrified with horror when she saw 8 or 10 unopened letters, completely like the one the porter had just brought up. She recognized Julian's handwriting, though more or less disguised, on all the addresses. "So," she cried, quite beside herself, "you are not only on good terms with her, but you actually despise her. You, a nobody, despise Madame la Maréchale de Fervaques. Oh, forgive me, dear," she added, throwing herself on her knees. "Despise me if you wish, but love me. I cannot live without your love." And she fell down in a dead faint. "So, our proud lady is lying at my feet," said Julian to himself. End of section 29. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama. Section 30 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 60. A Box at the Bouffes. As the blackest sky foretells the heaviest tempest. Don Juan, Chapter 1, stanza 76. In the midst of these great transports, Julian felt more surprised than happy. Mathilde's abuse proved to him the shrewdness of the Russian tactics. Few words, few deeds. That is my one method of salvation. He picked up Mathilde, and without saying a word, put her back on the divan. She was gradually being overcome by tears. In order to keep herself in countenance, she took Madame de Fervaques' letters in her hands, and slowly broke the seals. She gave a noticeable nervous movement when she recognized the Maréchal's handwriting. She turned over the pages of these letters without reading them. Most of them were 6 pages. "At least answer me," Mathilde said at last in the most supplicatory tone, but without daring to look at Julian. "You know how proud I am. It is the misfortune of my position, and of my temperament too, I confess. Has Madame de Fervaques robbed me of your heart? Has she made the sacrifices to which my fatal love swept me?" A dismal silence was all Julian's answer. By what right, he thought, does she ask me to commit an indiscretion unworthy of an honest man? Mathilde tried to read the letters. Her eyes were so wet with tears that it was impossible for her to do so. She had been unhappy for a month past, but this haughty soul had been very far from owning its own feelings even to itself. Chance alone had brought about this explosion. For one instant jealousy and love had won a victory over pride. She was sitting on the divan, and very near him. He saw her hair and her alabaster neck. For a moment he forgot all that he owed to himself. He passed his arm around her waist, and clasped her almost to his breast. She slowly turned her head towards him. He was astonished by the extreme anguish in her eyes. There was not a trace of their usual expression. Julian felt his strength desert him. So great was the deadly pain of the courageous feat which he was imposing on himself. "Those eyes will soon express nothing but the coldest disdain," said Julian to himself, "if I allow myself to be swept away by the happiness of loving her." She, however, kept repeatedly assuring him at this moment, in a hushed voice, and in words which she had scarcely the strength to finish, of all her remorse for those steps which her inordinate pride had dictated. "I too have pride," said Julian to her, in a scarcely articulate voice, while his features portrayed the lowest depths of physical prostration. Mathilde turned round sharply towards him. Hearing his voice was a happiness which she had given up hoping. At this moment her only thought of her haughtiness was to curse it. She would have liked to have found out some abnormal and incredible actions in order to prove to him the extent to which she adored him and detested herself. That pride is probably the reason, continued Julien, why you singled me out for a moment. My present courageous and manly firmness is certainly the reason why you respect me. I may entertain love for the marechal." Mathilde shuddered. A strange expression came into her eyes. She was going to hear her sentence pronounced. This shudder did not escape Julien. He felt his courage weaken. "Ah," he said to himself as he listened to the sound of the vain words which his mouth was articulating, as he thought it was some strange sound. "If I could only cover those pale cheeks with kisses without your feeling it." "I may entertain love for the marechal," he continued, while his voice became weaker and weaker, "but I certainly have no definite proof of her interest in me." Mathilde looked at him. He supported that look. He hoped, at any rate, that his expression had not betrayed him. He felt himself bathed in a love that penetrated even into the most secret recesses of his heart. He had never adored her so much. He was almost as mad as Mathilde. If she had mustered sufficient self-possession and courage to manoeuvre, he would have abandoned all his play-acting and fallen at her feet. He had sufficient strength to manage to continue speaking. "Ah, Korasoff," he exclaimed mentally, "why are you not here? How I need a word from you to guide me in my conduct." During this time his voice was saying, "In default of any other sentiment, gratitude would be sufficient to attach me to the marechal. She has been indulgent to me. She has consoled me when I have been despised. I cannot put unlimited faith in certain appearances which are no doubt extremely flattering, but possibly very fleeting." "Oh, my God!" exclaimed Mathilde. "Well, what guarantee will you give me?" replied Julien with a sharp, firm intonation which seemed to abandon for a moment the prudent forms of diplomacy. "What guarantee, what God will warrant that the position to which you seem inclined to restore me at the present moment will last more than 2 days?" "The excess of my love and my unhappiness if you do not love me," she said to him, taking his hands and turning towards him. The spasmodic movement which she had just made had slightly displaced her tippet. Julien caught a view of her charming shoulders. Her slightly dishevelled hair recalled a delicious memory. He was on the point of succumbing. "One imprudent word," he said to himself, "and I have to start all over again that long series of days which I have passed in despair." Madame de Renal used to find reasons for doing what her heart dictated. This young girl of high society never allows her heart to be moved except when she has proved to herself by sound logic that it ought to be moved. He saw this proof in the twinkling of an eye, and in the twinkling of an eye too he regained his courage. He took away his hands which Mathilde was pressing in her own, and moved a little away from her with a marked respect. Human courage could go no further. He then busied himself with putting together madame de Fervaques's letters which were spread out on the divan, and it was with all the appearance of extreme politeness that he cruelly exploited the psychological moment by adding, "Mademoiselle de la Mole will allow me to reflect over all this." He went rapidly away and left the library. She heard him shut all the doors one after the other. "The monster is not the least bit troubled," she said to herself. "But what am I saying? Monster! He is wise, prudent, good. It is I myself who have committed more wrong than one can imagine." This point of view lasted. Mathilde was almost happy today, for she gave herself up to love unreservedly. One would have said that this soul had never been disturbed by pride. And what pride? She shuddered with horror when a lackey announced Madame Le Fervaques into the salon in the evening. The man's voice struck her as sinister. She could not endure the sight of the marechal, and stopped suddenly. Julien, who had left little pride over with his painful victory, had feared to face her, and had not dined at the Hotel de la Mole. His love and his happiness rapidly increased in proportion to the time that elapsed from the moment of the battle. He was blaming himself already. "How could I resist her?" he said to himself. "Suppose she were to go and leave off loving me. One single moment may change that haughty soul, and I must admit that I have treated her awfully. In the evening he felt that it was absolutely necessary to put in an appearance at the Bouffes in Madame de Fervaques's box. She had expressly invited him. Mathilde would be bound to know of his presence or his discourteous absence. In spite of the clearness of this logic, he could not at the beginning of the evening bring himself to plunge into society. By speaking he would lose half his happiness. 10 o'clock struck, and it was absolutely necessary to show himself. Luckily he found the Marechale's box packed with women, and was relegated to a place near the door where he was completely hidden by the hats. This position saved him from looking ridiculous. Caroline's divine notes of despair in the Matrimonio Segreto made him burst into tears. Madame de Fervaques saw these tears. They represented so great a contrast with the masculine firmness of his usual expression that the soul of the old-fashioned lady, saturated as it had been for many years with all the corroding acid of parvenu haughtiness, was none the less touched. Such remnants of a woman's heart as she still possessed impelled her to speak. She wanted to enjoy the sound of his voice at this moment. "Have you seen the de la Mole ladies?" she said to him. "They are in the third tier." Julien immediately craned out over the theatre, leaning politely enough on the front of the box. He saw Mathilde. Her eyes were shining with tears. And yet it is not their opera day, thought Julien. How eager she must be. Mathilde had prevailed on her mother to come to the Bouffes in spite of the inconveniently high tier of the box, which a lady friend of the family had hastened to offer her. She wanted to see if Julien would pass the evening with the Marechale. End of section 30. Read for you by Chiquito Crasto, Birmingham, Alabama.
Section 31 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 31. Frighten Her. So this is the fine miracle of your civilization. You have turned love into an ordinary business. Barnave. Julien rushed into Madame de la Mole's box. His eyes first met the tearful eyes of Mathilde. She was crying without reserve. There were only insignificant personages present, the friend who had lent her the box, and some men whom she knew. Mathilde placed her hand on Julien's. She seemed to have forgotten all fear of her mother. Almost stifled as she was by her tears, she said nothing but this one word: guarantees. So long as I don't speak to her, said Julien to himself. He was himself very moved, and concealed his eyes with his hand as best he could, under the pretext of avoiding the dazzling light of the third tier of boxes. If I speak, she may suspect the excess of my emotion. The sound of my voice will betray me. All may yet be lost. His struggles were more painful than they had been in the morning. His soul had had the time to become moved. He had been frightened at seeing Mathilde piqued with vanity. Intoxicated as he was with love and pleasure, he resolved not to speak. In my view, this is one of the finest traits in his character. An individual capable of such an effort of self-control may go far, si fata sinan. Mademoiselle de la Mole insisted on taking Julien back to the hotel. Luckily it was raining a great deal, but the Marquise had him placed opposite her, talked to him incessantly, and prevented him saying a single word to her daughter. One might have thought that the Marquise was nursing Julien's happiness for him. No longer fearing to lose everything through his excessive emotion, he madly abandoned himself to his happiness. Shall I dare to say that when he went back to his room, Julien fell on his knees and covered with kisses the love letters which Prince Korasoff had given him. "How much I owe you, great man!" he exclaimed in his madness. Little by little, he regained his self-possession. He compared himself to a general who had just won a great battle. "My advantage is definite and immense," he said to himself. "But what will happen tomorrow? One instant may ruin everything." With a passionate gesture, he opened the memoirs which Napoleon had dictated at St. Helena, and for 2 long hours forced himself to read them. Only his eyes read. No matter, he made himself do it. During this singular reading, his head and his heart rose to the most exalted level and worked unconsciously. Her heart is very different from Madame de Renal's, he said to himself, but he did not go further. Frighten her, he suddenly exclaimed, hurling away the book. The enemy will only obey me in so far as I frighten him, but then he will not dare to show contempt for me. Intoxicated with joy, he walked up and down his little room. In point of fact, his happiness was based rather on pride than on love. Frighten her, he repeated proudly, and he had cause to be proud. Madame de Renal always doubted, even in her happiest moment, if my love was equal to her own. In this case, I have to subjugate a demon. Consequently, I must subjugate her. He knew quite well that Mathilde would be in the library at 8 o'clock in the morning of the following day. He did not appear before 9 o'clock. He was burning with love, but his head dominated his heart. Scarcely a single minute passed without his repeating to himself, "Keep her obsessed by this great doubt. Does he love me?" Her own brilliant position, together with the flattery of all who speak to her, tend a little too much to make her reassure herself. He found her sitting on the divan, pale and calm, but apparently completely incapable of making a single movement. She held out her hand. "Dear one, it is true I have offended you. Perhaps you are angry with me." Julien had not been expecting this simple tone. He was on the point of betraying himself. "You want guarantees, my dear," she added, after a silence which she had hoped would be broken. "Take me away. Let us leave for London. I shall be ruined, dishonored forever." She had the courage to take her hand away from Julien to cover her eyes with it. All her feelings of reserve and feminine virtue had come back into her soul. "Well, dishonor me," she said at last with a sigh. "That will be a guarantee." "I was happy yesterday because I had the courage to be severe with myself," thought Julien. After a short silence, he had sufficient control over his heart to say in an icy tone, "Once we are on the road to London, once you are dishonored, to employ your own expression, who will answer that you will still love me? That my very presence in the post-chaise will not seem importunate? I'm not a monster. To have ruined your reputation will only make me still more unhappy. It is not your position in society which is the obstacle. It is, unfortunately, your own character. Can you yourself guarantee that you will love me for 8 days? Ah, let her love me for 8 days, just 8 days, whispered Julien to himself, and I will die of happiness. What do I care for the future? What do I care for life? And yet, if I wish that divine happiness can commence this very minute, it only depends on me. Mathilde saw that he was pensive. "So I am completely unworthy of you," she said to him, taking his hand. Julien kissed her, but at the same time, the iron hand of duty gripped his heart. If she sees how much I adore her, I shall lose her. And before leaving her arms, he had reassumed all that dignity which is proper to a man. He managed on this and the following days to conceal his inordinate happiness. There were moments when he even refused himself the pleasure of clasping her in his arms. At other times, the delirium of happiness prevailed over all the counsels of prudence. He had been accustomed to station himself near a bower of honeysuckle in the garden, arranged in such a way so as to conceal the ladder whence he had looked up at Mathilde's blind in the distance, and lamented her inconstancy. A very big oak tree was quite near, and the trunk of that tree prevented him from being seen by the indiscreet. As he passed with Mathilde over this very place, which recalled his excessive unhappiness so vividly, the contrast between his former despair and his present happiness proved too much for his character. Tears inundated his eyes, and he carried his sweetheart's hand to his lips. "It was here I used to live in my thoughts of you. It was from here that I used to look at that blind. and waited whole hours for the happy moment when I would see that hand open it. His weakness was unreserved. He portrayed the extremity of his former despair in genuine colors, which could not possibly have been invented. Short interjections testified to that present happiness which had put an end to that awful agony. My God, what am I doing? Thought Julien, suddenly recovering himself. I'm ruining myself. In his excessive alarm, he thought that he had already detected a diminution of the love in Mademoiselle de la Mole's eyes. It was an illusion, but Julien's face suddenly changed its expression and became overspread by a mortal pallor. His eyes lost their fire, and an expression of haughtiness, touched with malice, soon succeeded to his look of the most genuine and unreserved love. "But what is the matter with you, my dear?" said Mathilde to him, both tenderly and anxiously. "I am lying," said Julien irritably, "and I am lying to you. I'm reproaching myself for it, and yet God knows that I respect you sufficiently not to lie to you. You love me, you are devoted to me, and I have no need of praises in order to please you." Great heavens! Are all the charming things you've been telling me for the last 2 minutes mere phrases? And I reproach myself for it keenly, dear one. I once made them up for a woman who loved me, and bored me. It is the weakness of my character. I denounce myself to you. Forgive me." Bitter tears streamed over Mathilde's cheeks. "As soon as some trifle offends me and throws me back on my meditation," continued Julien, "my abominable memory, which I curse at this very moment, offers me a resource. And I abuse it. So I must have slipped, without knowing it, into some action which has displeased you," said Mathilde, with a charming simplicity. "I remember one day that when you passed near this honeysuckle you picked a flower. Monsieur de Luz took it from you, and you let him keep it. I was 2 paces away." "Monsieur de Luz? It is impossible," replied Mathilde, with all her natural haughtiness. "I do not do things like that." "I'm sure of it," Julien replied sharply. "Well, my dear, it is true," said Mathilde, as she sadly lowered her eyes. She knew positively that many months had elapsed since she had allowed Monsieur de Luz to do such a thing. Julien looked at her with ineffable tenderness. "No," he said to himself, "she does not love me less." In the evening she rallied him with a laugh on his fancy for Madame de Fervaques. "Think of a bourgeois loving a parvenue. Those are perhaps the only type of hearts that my Julien cannot make mad with love. She has made you into a real dandy," she said, playing with his hair. During the period when he had thought himself scorned by Mathilde, Julien had become one of the best dressed men in Paris. He had, moreover, a further advantage over other dandies, inasmuch as, once he had finished dressing, he never gave a further thought to his appearance. One thing still piqued Mathilde. Julien continued to copy out the Russian letters and send them to the Marechal. End of chapter 31.
Section 32 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne Thompson. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 62. The Tiger. Alas, why these things and not other things? Beaumarchais. An English traveller tells of the intimacy in which he lived with a tiger. He had trained it, and would caress it, but he always kept a cocked pistol on his table. Julien only abandoned himself to the fulness of his happiness in those moments when Mathilde could not read the expression in his eyes. He scrupulously performed his duty of addressing some harsh word to her from time to time. When Mathilde's sweetness, which he noticed with some surprise, together with the completeness of her devotion, were on the point of depriving him of all self-control, he was courageous enough to leave her suddenly. Mathilde loved for the first time in her life. Life had previously always dragged along at a tortoise pace, but now it flew. As, however, her pride required to find a vent in some way or other, she wished to expose herself to all the dangers in which her love could involve her. It was Julien who was prudent, and it was only when it was a question of danger that she did not follow her own inclination. But submissive and almost humble as she was when with him, she only showed additional haughtiness to everyone in the house who came near her, whether relatives or friends. In the evening she would call Julien to her in the salon, in the presence of 60 people, and have a long and private conversation with him. The little Tombeau installed himself one day close to them. She requested him to go and fetch from the library the volume of Smollett, which deals with the Revolution of 1688, and when he hesitated, added with an expression of insulting haughtiness which was a veritable balm to Julien's soul, "Don't hurry." "Have you noticed that little monster's expression?" he said to her. "His uncle has been in attendance in this salon for 10 or 12 years, otherwise I would have had him packed off immediately." Her behaviour towards Messieurs de Croisenois, de Luz, etc., though outwardly perfectly polite, was in reality scarcely less provocative. Mathilde keenly reproached herself for all the confidential remarks about them which she had formerly made to Julien, and all the more so since she did not dare to confess that she had exaggerated to him the, in fact, almost absolutely innocent manifestations of interest of which these gentlemen had been the objects. In spite of her best resolutions, her womanly pride invariably prevented her from saying to Julien, "It was because I was talking to you that I found a pleasure in describing my weakness in not drawing my hand away, when Monsieur de Croisenois had placed his on a marble table, and had just touched it." But now, as soon as one of these gentlemen had been speaking to her for some moments, she found she had a question to put to Julien, and she made this an excuse for keeping him by her side. She discovered that she was enceinte, and joyfully informed Julien of the fact. "Do you doubt me now? Is it not a guarantee? I am your wife for ever." This announcement struck Julien with profound astonishment. He was on the point of forgetting the governing principle of his conduct. "How am I to be deliberately cold and insulting towards this poor young girl who is ruining herself for my sake?" And if she looked at all ill, he could not, even on those days when the terrible voice of wisdom made itself heard, find the courage to address to her one of those harsh remarks which his experience had found so indispensable in the preservation of their love. "I will write to my father," said Mathilde to him one day. "He is more than a father to me, he is my friend. That being so, I think it unworthy both of you and of myself to try and deceive him, even for a single minute." "Great heavens, what are you going to do?" said Julien in alarm. "My duty," she answered, with eyes shining with joy. She thought she was showing more nobility than her lover. "But he will pack me off in disgrace." "It is his right to do so. We must respect it. I will give you my arm, and we will go out by the front door in full daylight." Julien was thunderstruck, and requested her to put it off for a week. "I cannot," she answered. "It is the voice of honour. I have seen my duty. I must follow it, and follow it at once." "Well, I order you to put it off," said Julien at last. "Your honour is safe for the present. I am your husband. The position of us will be changed by this momentous step. I too am within my rights. To-day is Tuesday. Next Tuesday is the Duke of de Retz's at home. When Monsieur de la Mole comes home in the evening, the porter will give him the fatal letter. His only thought is to make you a duchess, I am sure of it. Think of his unhappiness." "You mean think of his vengeance. It may be that I pity my benefactor, and am grieved at injuring him, but I do not fear, and shall never fear, anyone." Mathilde yielded. This was the first occasion, since she had informed Julien of her condition, that he had spoken to her authoritatively. She had never loved him so much. The tender part of his soul had found happiness in seizing on Mathilde's condition as an excuse for refraining from his cruel remarks to her. The question of the confession to Monsieur de la Mole deeply moved him. Was he going to be separated from Mathilde? And however grieved she would be to see him go, would she have a thought for him after his departure? He was almost equally horrified by the thought of the justified reproaches which the Marquis might redress to him. In the evening he confessed to Mathilde the second reason for his anxiety, and then, led away by his love, confessed the first as well. She changed colour. "Would it really make you unhappy," she said to him, "to pass 6 months far away from me?" "Infinitely so. It is the only thing in the world which terrifies me." Mathilde was very happy. Julien had played his part so assiduously that he had succeeded in making her think that she was the one of the two who loved the more. The fatal Tuesday arrived. When the Marquis came in at midnight he found a letter addressed to him, which was only to be opened himself when no one was there. "My father, all social ties have been broken between us, only those of nature remain. Next to my husband, you are and always will be the being I shall always hold most dear. My eyes are full of tears. I am thinking of the pain that I am causing you, but if my shame was to be prevented from becoming public, and you were to be given time to reflect and act, I could not postpone any longer the confession that I owe you. If your affection for me, which I know is extremely deep, is good enough to grant me a small allowance, I will go and settle with my husband anywhere you like, in Switzerland, for instance. His name is so obscure that no one would recognise in Madame Sorel the daughter-in-law of a Verrières carpenter, your daughter. That is the name which I have so much difficulty in writing. I fear your wrath against Julien, it seems so justified. I shall not be a duchess, my father, but I knew it when I loved him. For I was the one who loved him first. It is I who seduced him. I have inherited from you too lofty a soul to fix my attention on what either is or appears to be vulgar. It is in vain that I thought of Monsieur Croisenois with a view to pleasing you. Why did you place real merit under my eyes? You told me yourself on my return from Hyères that young Sorel is the one person who amuses me. The poor boy is as grieved as I am, if it is possible, at the pain this letter will give you. I cannot prevent you being irritated as a father, but love me as a friend. Julien respected me. If he sometimes spoke to me, it was only by reason of his deep gratitude towards yourself, for the natural dignity of his character induces him to keep to his official capacity in any answers he may make to anyone who is so much above him. He has a keen and instinctive appreciation of the difference of social rank. It was I confess it with a blush to my best friend, and I shall never make such a confession to anyone else, who clasped his arm one day in the garden. Why need you be irritated with him after 24 hours have elapsed? My own lapse is irreparable. If you insist on it, the assurance of his profound respect and of his desperate grief at having displeased you can be conveyed to you through me. You need not see him at all, but I shall go and join him wherever he wishes. It is his right, and it is my duty. He is the father of my child. If your kindness will go so far as to grant us 6,000 francs to live on, I will receive it with gratitude. If not, Julien reckons on establishing himself at Besançon, where he will set up as a Latin and literature master. However low may have been the station from which he springs, I am certain he will raise himself. With him I do not fear obscurity. If there is a revolution, I am sure that he will play a prime part. Can you say as much for any of those who have asked for my hand? They have fine estates, you say. I cannot consider that circumstance a reason for admiring them. My Julien would attain a high position, even under the present regime, if he had 1,000,000 and my father's protection. Mathilde, who knew that the Marquis was a man who always abandoned himself to his first impulse, had written 8 pages. "What am I to do?" said Julien to himself while M. de la Mole was reading this letter. Where is first my duty, and second my interest? My debt to him is immense. Without him I should have been a menial scoundrel, and not even enough of a scoundrel to be hated and persecuted by the others. He has made me a man of the world. The villainous acts which I now have to do are, first, less frequent, second, less mean. That is more than as if he had given me 1,000,000. I am indebted to him for this cross and the reputation of having rendered those alleged diplomatic services which have lifted me out of the ruck. If he himself were writing instructions for my conduct, what would he prescribe?" Julien was sharply interrupted by M. de la Mole's old valet. "The Marquis wants to see you at once, dressed or not dressed," the valet added in a low voice as he walked by Julien's side. "He is beside himself. Look out." End of chapter 62.
Section 33 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 63. The Hell of Weakness. A clumsy lapidary, in cutting this diamond, deprived it of some of its most brilliant facets. In the Middle Ages, nay, even under Richelieu, the Frenchman had force of will. Mirabeau. Julien found the Marquis furious. For perhaps the first time in his life this nobleman showed bad form. He loaded Julien with all the insults that came to his lips. Our hero was astonished, and his patience was tried, but his gratitude remained unshaken. The poor man now sees the annihilation in a single minute of all the fine plans which he has long cherished in his heart. But I owe it to him to answer. My silence tends to increase his anger. The part of Tartuffe supplied the answer. I am not an angel. I served you well. You paid me generously. I was grateful, but I am 22. Only you and that charming person understood my thoughts in this household. Monster! Exclaimed the Marquis. Charming, charming to be sure. The day when you found her charming, you ought to have fled. I tried to. It was then that I asked permission to leave for Languedoc. Tired of stampeding about and overcome by his grief, the Marquis threw himself into an armchair. Julien heard him whispering to himself, "No, no, he is not a wicked man." "No, I am not towards you," exclaimed Julien, falling on his knees. But he felt extremely ashamed of this manifestation, and very quickly got up again. The Marquis was really transported. When he saw this movement, he began again to load him with abominable insults, which were worthy of the driver of a fiacre. The novelty of these oaths perhaps acted as a distraction. "What, is my daughter to go by the name of Madame Sorel? What, is my daughter not to be a duchess?" Each time that these two ideas presented themselves in all their clearness, M. de la Mole was a prey to torture, and lost all power over the movements of his mind. Julien was afraid of being beaten. In his lucid intervals, when he was beginning to get accustomed to his unhappiness, the Marquis addressed to Julien reproaches which were reasonable enough. "You should have fled, sir," he said to him. "Your duty was to flee. You are the lowest of men." Julien approached the table and wrote, "I have found my life unbearable for a long time. I am putting an end to it. I request M. the Marquis to accept my apologies, together with the expression of my infinite gratitude, for any embarrassment that may be occasioned by my death in this hotel." "Kindly run your eye over this paper, M. the Marquis," said Julien. "Kill me, or have me killed by your valet. It is 1 o'clock in the morning. I will go and walk in the garden in the direction of the wall at the bottom." "Go to the devil," cried the Marquis as he went away. "I understand," thought Julien. "He would not be sorry if I were to spare his valet the trouble of killing me. Let him kill me if he likes. It is a satisfaction which I offer him, but by heaven I love life. I owe it to my son." This idea, which had not previously presented itself with so much definiteness to his imagination, completely engrossed him during his walk after the first few minutes which he had spent thinking about his danger. This novel interest turned him into a prudent man. I need advice as to how to behave towards this infuriated man. He is devoid of reason. He is capable of everything. Fouquet is too far away. Besides, he would not understand the emotions of a heart like the marquis's. Count Altamira, am I certain of eternal silence? My request for advice must not be a fresh step which will raise still further complications. Alas, I have no one left but the gloomy Abbé Pirard. His mind is crabbed by Jansenism. A damned Jesuit would know the world, and would be more in my line. Monsieur Pirard is capable of beating me at the very mention of my crime. The genius of Tartuffe came to Julien's help. Well, I will go and confess to him. This was his final resolution after having walked about in the garden for 2 good hours. He no longer thought about being surprised by a gunshot. He was feeling sleepy. Very early the next day Julien was several leagues away from Paris and knocked at the door of the severe Jansenist. He found to his great astonishment that he was not unduly surprised at his confidence. I ought perhaps to reproach myself, said the abbe, who seemed more anxious than irritated. I thought I guessed that love, my affection for you, my unhappy boy, prevented me from warning the father. What will he do? Said Julien keenly. At that moment he loved the abbe and would have found a scene between them very painful. I see 3 alternatives, continued Julien. Monsieur de la Mole can have me put to death. And he mentioned the suicide letter which he had left with the marquis. 2, he can get Count Norbert to challenge me to a duel and shoot at me point blank. You would accept? Said the abbe furiously as he got up. You do not let me finish. I should certainly never fire upon my benefactor's son. 3, he can send me away. If he says go to Edinburgh or New York, I will obey him. They can then conceal Mademoiselle de la Mole's condition, but I will never allow them to suppress my son. Have no doubt about it. That will be the first thought of that depraved man. At Paris, Mathilde was in despair. She had seen her father about 7 o'clock. He had shown her Julien's letter. She feared that he might have considered it noble to put an end to his life. And without my permission, she said to herself with a pain due solely to her anger. If he dies, I shall die, she said to her father. It will be you who will be the cause of his death. Perhaps you will rejoice at it, but I swear by his shade that I shall at once go into mourning, and shall publicly appear as Madame the Widow Sorel. I shall send out my invitations. You can count on it. You will find me neither pusillanimous nor cowardly. Her love went to the point of madness. Monsieur de la Mole was flabbergasted in his turn. He began to regard what had happened with a certain amount of logic. Mathilde did not appear at breakfast. The marquis felt an immense weight off his mind, and was particularly flattered when he noticed that she had said nothing to her mother. Julien was dismounting from his horse. Mathilde had him called and threw herself into his arms almost beneath the very eyes of her chambermaid. Julien was not very appreciative of this transport. He had come away from his long consultation with the Abbé Pirard in a very diplomatic and calculating mood. The calculation of possibilities had killed his imagination. Mathilde told him, with tears in her eyes, that she had read his suicide letter. My father may change his mind. Do me the favour of leaving for Villequier this very minute. Mount your horse again and leave the hotel before they get up from table. When Julien's coldness and astonishment showed no sign of abatement, she burst into tears. Let me manage our affairs, she exclaimed ecstatically, as she clasped him in her arms. You know, dear, it is not of my own free will that I separate from you. Write under cover to my maid. Address it in a strange handwriting. I will write volumes to you. Adieu, flee. This last word wounded Julien, but he none the less obeyed. It will be fatal, he thought, if in their most gracious moments these aristocrats manage to shock me. Mathilde firmly opposed all her father's prudent plans. She would not open negotiations on any other basis except this. She was to be Madame Sorel, and was either to live with her husband in poverty in Switzerland, or with her father in Paris. She rejected absolutely the suggestion of a secret accouchement. In that case I should begin to be confronted with the prospect of calumny and dishonour. I shall go travelling with my husband 2 months after the marriage, and it will be easy to pretend that my son was born at a proper time." This firmness, though at first received with violent fits of anger, eventually made the Marquis hesitate. "Here," he said to his daughter in a moment of emotion, "is a gift of 10,000 francs a year. Send it to your Julien, and let him quickly make it impossible for me to retract it." In order to obey Mathilde, whose imperious temper he well knew, Julien had travelled 40 useless leagues. He was superintending the accounts of the farmers at Villequier. This act of benevolence on the part of the Marquis occasioned his return. He went and asked asylum of the Abbe Pirard, who had become Mathilde's most useful ally during his absence. Every time that he was questioned by the Marquis, he would prove to him that any other course except public marriage would be a crime in the eyes of God. "And happily," added the abbe, "worldly wisdom is in this instance in agreement with religion. Could one, in view of mademoiselle de la Mole's passionate character, rely for a minute on her keeping any secret which she did not herself wish to preserve? If one does not reconcile oneself to the frankness of a public marriage, society will concern itself much longer with this strange mésalliance. Everything must be said all at once, without either the appearance or the reality of the slightest mystery." "It is true," said the Marquis pensively. 2 or 3 friends of M. de la Mole were of the same opinion as the abbe Pirard. The great obstacle in their view was Mathilde's decided character, but in spite of all these fine arguments the Marquis's soul could not reconcile itself to giving up all hopes of a coronet for his daughter. He ransacked his memory and his imagination for all the variations of knavery and duplicity which had been feasible in his youth. Yielding to necessity and having fear of the law seemed absurd and humiliating for a man in his position. He was paying dearly now for the luxury of those enchanting dreams concerning the future of his cherished daughter in which he had indulged for the last 10 years. "Who could have anticipated it?" he said to himself. "A girl of so proud a character, of so lofty disposition, who is even prouder than I am of the name she bears. A girl whose hand has already been asked for by all the cream of the nobility of France. We must give up all faith in prudence. This age is made to confound everything. We are marching towards chaos." End of chapter 63. Section 34 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 64. A Man of Intellect. The prefect said to himself as he rode along the highway on horseback, "Why should I not be a minister, a president of the council, a duke? This is how I should make war. By this means I should have all the reformers put in irons." The Globe. No argument will succeed in destroying the paramount influence of 10 years of agreeable dreaming. The Marquis thought it illogical to be angry, but could not bring himself to forgive. "If only this Julien could die by accident," he sometimes said to himself. It was in this way that his depressed imagination found a certain relief in running after the most absurd chimeras. They paralyzed the influence of the wise arguments of the abbe Pirard. A month went by in this way without negotiations advancing one single stage. The Marquis had in this family matter, just as he had in politics, brilliant ideas over which he would be enthusiastic for 2 or 3 days, and then a line of tactics would fail to please him because it was based on sound arguments, while arguments only found favour in his eyes in so far as they were based on his favourite plan. He would work for 3 days with all the ardour and enthusiasm of a poet, on bringing matters to a certain stage. On the following day he would not give it a thought. Julien was at first disconcerted by the slowness of the Marquis, but after some weeks he began to surmise that M. de la Mole had no definite plan with regard to this matter. Madame de la Mole and the whole household believed that Julien was travelling in the provinces in connection with the administration of the estates. He was in hiding in the personage of the abbe Pirard, and saw Mathilde every day. Every morning she would spend an hour with her father, but they would sometimes go for weeks on end without talking of the matter which engrossed all their thoughts. "I don't want to know where the man is," said the Marquis to her one day. Send him this letter." Mathilde read: "The Languedoc estates bring in 20,600 francs. I give 10,600 francs to my daughter, and 10,000 francs to Monsieur Julien Sorel. It is understood that I give the actual estates. Tell the notary to draw up 2 separate deeds of gift, and to bring them to me tomorrow. After this there are to be no more relations between us." Ah, monsieur, could I have expected all this? The Marquis de la Mole. "I thank you very much," said Mathilde gaily. "We will go and settle in the Chateau de Guillon, between Agen and Marmande. The country is said to be as beautiful as Italy." This gift was an extreme surprise to Julien. He was no longer the cold severe man whom we have hitherto known. His thoughts were engrossed in advance by his son's destiny. This unexpected fortune, substantial as it was for a man as poor as himself, made him ambitious. He pictured a time when both his wife and himself would have an income of 36,000 francs. As for Mathilde, all her emotions were concentrated on her adoration for her husband, for that was the name by which her pride insisted on calling Julien. Her one great ambition was to secure the recognition of her marriage. She passed her time in exaggerating to herself the consummate prudence which she had manifested in linking her fate to that of a superior man. The idea of personal merit became a positive craze with her. Julien's almost continuous absence, coupled with the complications of business matters and the little time available in which to talk love, completed the good effect produced by the wise tactics which Julien had previously discovered. Mathilde finished by losing patience at seeing so little of the man whom she had come really to love. In a moment of irritation she wrote to her father, and commenced her letter like Othello. "My very choice is sufficient proof that I have preferred Julien to all the advantages which society offered to the daughter of the Marquis de la Mole. Such pleasures, based as they are on prestige and petty vanity, mean nothing to me. It is now nearly 6 weeks since I have lived separated from my husband. That is sufficient to manifest my respect for yourself. Before next Thursday I shall leave the paternal house. Your acts of kindness have enriched us. No one knows my secret except the venerable Abbe Pirard. I shall go to him. He will marry us, and an hour after the ceremony we shall be on our road to Languedoc, and we will never appear again in Paris except by your instructions. But what cuts me to the quick is that all this will provide the subject matter for piquant anecdotes against me and against yourself. May not the epigrams of a foolish public compel our excellent Norbert to pick a quarrel with Julien? Under such circumstances I know I should have no control over him. We should discover in his soul the mark of the rebel plebeian. Oh, father, I entreat you on my knees, come and be present at my marriage in Monsieur Pirard's church next Thursday. It will blunt the sting of malignant scandal, and will guarantee the life's happiness of your only daughter and of that of her husband," and so on, and so on. This letter threw the Marquis's soul into a strange embarrassment. He must at last take a definite line. All his little habits, all his vulgar friends had lost their influence. In these strange circumstances, the great lines of his character, which had been formed by the events of his youth, reassumed all their original force. The misfortunes of the emigration had made him into an imaginative man. After having enjoyed for 2 years an immense fortune and all the distinctions of the court, 1790 had flung him into the awful miseries of the emigration. This hard schooling had changed the character of a spirit of 22. In essence, he was not so much dominated by the present riches as encamped in their midst. But that very imagination which had preserved his soul from the taint of avarice had made him a victim of a mad passion for seeing his daughter decorated by a fine title. During the 6 weeks which had just elapsed, the Marquis had felt at times impelled by a caprice for making Julien rich. He considered poverty mean, humiliating for himself, M. de la Mole, and impossible in his daughter's husband. He was ready to lavish money. On the next day his imagination would go off on another track, and he would think that Julien would read between the lines of this financial generosity, change his name, exile himself to America, and write to Mathilde that he was dead for her. M. de la Mole imagined this letter written, and went so far as to follow its effect on his daughter's character. The day when he was awakened from these highly youthful dreams by Mathilde's actual letter, after he had been thinking for a long time of killing Julien, or securing his disappearance, he was dreaming of building up a brilliant position for him. He would make him take the name of one of his estates, and why should he not make him inherit a peerage? His father-in-law, Monsieur the Duc de Chaulnes, had, since the death of his own son in Spain, frequently spoken to him about his desire to transmit his title to Norbert. One cannot help owning that Julien has a singular aptitude for affairs, had boldness, and is possibly even brilliant, said the Marquis to himself, but I detect at the root of his character a certain element which alarms me. He produces the same impression upon everyone, consequently there must be something real in it. And the more difficult this reality was to seize hold of, the more it alarmed the imaginative mind of the old Marquis. My daughter expressed the same point very neatly the other day, in a suppressed letter. Julien has not joined any salon or any coterie. He has nothing to support himself against me, and has absolutely no resource if I abandon him. Now is that ignorance of the actual state of society? I have said to him 2 or 3 times, the only real and profitable candidature is the candidature of the salons. No, he has not the adroit, cunning genius of an attorney who never loses a minute or an opportunity. He is very far from being a character like Louis XI. On the other hand, I seen him quote the most ungenerous maxims. It is beyond me. Can it be that he simply repeats these maxims in order to use them as a dam against his passions? However, one thing comes to the surface. He cannot bear contempt. That's my hold on him. He has not, it is true, the religious reverence for high birth. He does not instinctively respect us. That is wrong, but after all, the only things which are supposed to make the soul of a seminary student impatient are lack of enjoyment and lack of money. He is quite different, and cannot stand contempt at any price. Pressed as he was by his daughter's letter, M. de la Mole realized the necessity for making up his mind. After all, the great question is this: did Julien's audacity go to the point of setting out to make advances to my daughter because he knows I love her more than anything else in the world, and because I have an income of 100,000 crowns? Mathilde protests to the contrary. No, Monsieur Julien, that is a point on which I am not going to be under any illusion. Is it really a case of spontaneous and authentic love, or is it just a vulgar desire to raise himself to a fine position? Mathilde is far-seeing. She appreciated from the first that this suspicion might ruin him with me, hence that confession of hers. It was she who took upon herself to love him the first. The idea of a girl of so proud a character so far forgetting herself as to make physical advances. To think of pressing his arm in the garden in the evening, how horrible! As though there were not 100 other less unseemly ways of notifying him that he was the object of her favour. Qui s'excuse, s'accuse. I distrust Mathilde. The Marquis's reasoning was more conclusive today than it was usually. Nevertheless, force of habit prevailed, and he resolved to gain time by writing to his daughter, for a correspondence was being carried on between one wing of the hotel and the other. M. de la Mole did not dare to discuss matters with Mathilde and to see her face to face. He was frightened of clinching the whole matter by yielding suddenly. Mind you commit no new acts of madness. Here is a commission of Lieutenant of Hussars for Monsieur the Chevalier Julien Sorel de la Varney. You see what I am doing for him. Do not irritate me, do not question me. Let him leave within 24 hours, and present himself at Strasbourg, where his regiment is. Here is an order on my bunker. Obey me. Mathilde's love and joy were unlimited. She wished to profit by her victory, and immediately replied: If Monsieur de la Varney knew all that you are good enough to do for him, he would be overwhelmed with gratitude, and be at your feet. But amidst all this generosity, my father has forgotten me. Your daughter's honour is in peril. An indiscretion may produce an everlasting blot which an income of 20,000 crowns could not put right. I will only send the commission to Monsieur de la Varney if you give me your word that my marriage will be publicly celebrated at Villequier in the course of next month. Shortly after that period, which I entreat you not to prolong, your daughter will only be able to appear in public under the name of Madame de la Varney. How I thank you, dear papa, for having saved me from the name of Sorel, and so on and so on. The reply was unexpected. Obey, or I retract everything. Tremble, you imprudent young girl. I do not yet know what your Julien is, and you yourself know less than I. Let him leave for Strasbourg, and try to act straightly. I will notify him from here of my wishes within a fortnight. Mathilde was astonished by this firm answer. I do not know Julien. These words threw her into a reverie which soon finished in the most fascinating suppositions, but she believed in their truth. My Julien's intellect is not clothed in the petty mean uniform of the salons, and my father refuses to believe in his superiority by reason of the very fact which proves it. All the same, if I do not obey this whim of his, I see the possibility of a public scene. A scandal would lower my position in society, and might render me less fascinating in Julien's eyes. After the scandal, 10 years of poverty, and the only thing which can prevent marrying for merit becoming ridiculous is the most brilliant wealth. If I live far away from my father, he is old and may forget me. Norbert will marry some clever, charming woman. Old Louis XIV was seduced by the Duchess of Burgundy. She decided to obey, but refrained from communicating her father's letter to Julien. It might perhaps have been that ferocious character driven to some act of madness. Julien's joy was unlimited when she informed him in the evening that he was a lieutenant of hussars. Its extent can be imagined from the fact that this had constituted the ambition of his whole life, and also from the passion which he now had for his son. The change of name struck him with astonishment. After all, he thought, I have got to the end of my romance, and I deserve all the credit. I have managed to win the love of that monster of pride, he added, looking at Mathilde. Her father cannot live without her, nor she without me. End of chapter 64.
Section 35 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Tech Savvy. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by Stendhal. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 35. A Storm. My God, give me mediocrity. By meridiculous. His mind was engrossed. He only half answered the eager tenderness that she showed to him. He remained gloomy and taciturn. He had never seemed so great and so adorable in Mathilde's eyes. She was apprehensive of some subtle twist of his pride which would spoil the whole situation. She saw the Abbe Pirard come to the hotel nearly every morning. Might not Julien have divined something of her father's intention through him? Might not the Marquis himself have written to him in a momentary caprice? What was the explanation of Julien's stern manner following on so great a happiness? She did not dare to question. She did not dare, she, Mathilde. From that moment her feelings for Julien contained a certain vague and unexpected element which was almost panic. This arid soul experienced all the passion possible in an individual who has been brought up amid the excessive civilization which Paris so much admires. Early on the following day Julien was at the house of the Abbe Pirard. Some post horses were arriving in the courtyard with a dilapidated chaise, which had been hired at the neighbouring station. "A vehicle like that is out of fashion," said the stern abbe to him morosely. "Here are 20,000 francs, which M. de la Mole give you a gift of. He insists on your spending them within a year, but at the same time wants you to try to look as little ridiculous as possible." The priest regarded flinging away so substantial a sum on a young man as simply an opportunity for sin. The Marquis adds this: M. Julien de la Vernay will have received this money from his father, whom it is needless to call by any other name. M. de la Vernay will perhaps think it proper to give a present to M. Sorel, a carpenter of Verray, who cared for him in his childhood. I can undertake that commission, added the abbe. I have at last prevailed upon M. de la Mole to come to a settlement with the Jesuit, the Abbe de Frilair. His influence is unquestionably too much for us. A complete recognition of your high birth on the part of this man, who is in fact the governor of B, will be one of the unwritten terms of arrangement. Julien could no longer control his ecstasy. He embraced the abbe. He saw himself recognized. "For shame," said M. Pirard, pushing him away. "What is the meaning of this worldly vanity? As for Sorel and his sons, I will offer them in my own name a yearly allowance of 500 francs, which will be paid to each of them as long as I am satisfied with them." Julien was already cold and haughty. He expressed his thanks, but in the wise terms which bound him to nothing. "Could it be possible," he said to himself, "that I am the natural son of some great nobleman who was exiled to our mountains by the terrible Napoleon?" This idea seemed less and less improbable every minute. My hatred of my father would be a proof of this. In that case, I should not be an unnatural monster after all. A few days after this soliloquy, the 15th Regiment of the Hussars, which was one of the most brilliant in the army, was being reviewed on the parade ground of Strasbourg. M. le Chevalier de la Vernaye set the finest horse in Alsace, which had cost him 6,000 francs. He was received as a lieutenant, though he had never been sub-lieutenant except on the rolls of a regiment of which he had never heard. His impassive manner, his stern and almost malicious eyes, his pallor, and his invariable self-possession founded his reputation from the very first day. Shortly afterwards his perfect and calculated politeness, and his skill at shooting and fencing, of which, though without any undue ostentation, he made his comrades aware, did away with all idea of making fun of him openly. After hesitating for 5 or 6 days, the public opinion of the regiment declared itself in his favor. "This young man has everything," said the facetious old officers, "except youth." Julien rode from Strasbourg to the old cure of Verrey, M. Chillan, who was now verging on extreme old age. "You will have learned, with a joy of which I have no doubt, of the events which have induced my family to enrich me. Here are 500 francs which I request you to distribute quietly and without any mention of my name, among those unfortunate ones who are now poor as I myself was once, and whom you will doubtless help as you once helped me." Julien was intoxicated with ambition, and not with the vanity. He nevertheless devoted a great part of his time to attending to his external appearance. His horses, his uniform, his orderlies' liveries, were all kept with a correctness which would have done credit to the punctiliousness of a great English nobleman. He had scarcely been made a lieutenant as a matter of favour, when he began to calculate that if he was to become commander-in-chief at 30, like all the great generals, then he must be more than a lieutenant at 23 at the latest. He thought about nothing except fame and his son. It was in the midst of the ecstasies of the most reinless ambition that he was surprised by the arrival of a young valet from the Hôtel de la Mole, who had come with a letter. "All is lost," wrote Mathilde to him. "Rush here as quickly as possible. Sacrifice everything. Desert if necessary. As soon as you have arrived, wait for me in a fiacre near the little garden door, near number of the street . I will come and speak to you. I shall perhaps be able to introduce you into the garden. All is lost, and I am afraid there is no way out. Count on me. You will find me staunch and firm in adversity. I love you." A few minutes afterwards Julien obtained a furlough from the colonel and left Strasbourg at full gallop. But the awful anxiety which devoured him did not allow him to continue this method of travel beyond Metz. He flung himself into a post-chaise, and arrived with an almost incredible rapidity at the indicated spot near the little garden door of the Hôtel de la Mole. The door opened, and Mathilde, oblivious of all human conventions, rushed into his arms. Fortunately, it was only 5 o'clock in the morning, and the street was still deserted. "All is lost. My father, fearing my tears, left Thursday night. Nobody knows wherefore. But here is his letter. Read it." She climbed into the fiacre with Julien. I could forgive everything except the plan of seducing you because you're rich. That, unhappy girl, is the awful truth. I give you my word of honor that I will never consent to a marriage with that man. I will guarantee him an income of 10,000 francs if he will live far away beyond the French frontiers, or better still, in America. Read the letter which I have just received in answer to the inquiries which I have made. The impudent scoundrel had himself requested me to write to Madame de Renal. I will never read a single line you write concerning that man. I feel a horror for both Paris and yourself. I urge you to cover what is bound to happen with the utmost secrecy. Be frank, have nothing more to do with that wild man, and you will find again the father you have lost. Where is Madame de Renal's letter? Said Julien coldly. Here it is. I did not want to shew it to you before you were prepared for it. Letter. My duties to the sacred cause of religion and morality oblige me, monsieur, to take the painful course which I have just done with regard to yourself. An infallible principle orders me to do harm to my neighbour at the present moment, but only in order to avoid an even greater scandal. My sentiment of duty must overcome the pain which I experience. It is only too true, monsieur, that the conduct of the person about whom you ask me to tell you the whole truth may seem incredible or even honest. It may possibly be considered proper to hide or disguise part of the truth. That would be in accordance with both prudence and religion. But the conduct about which you desire information has been in fact reprehensible to the last degree, and more than I can say. Poor and greedy as the man is, it is only to be the aid of the most consummate hypocrisy, and by seducing a weak and unhappy woman, that he was endeavoured to make a career for himself and become someone in the world. It is part of my painful duty to add that I am obliged to believe that M. Julien has no religious principles. I am driven conscientiously to think that one of his methods of obtaining is to try to seduce the woman who commands the principal influence. His one great object, and in spite of his show of disinterestedness and his stock in trade of phrases out of the novels, is to succeed in doing what he likes with the master of the household and his fortune. He leaves behind him unhappiness and eternal remorse, etc., etc., etc. This extremely long letter, which was almost blotted out by tears, was certainly in Madame de Renal's handwriting. It was even written with more than ordinary care. I cannot blame M. de la Mole, said Julien, after he had finished it. He is just and prudent. What father would give his beloved daughter to such a man? Adieu. Julien jumped out of the fiacre and rushed to his post-chaise, which had stopped at the end of the street. Mathilde, whom he had apparently forgotten, took a few steps as though to follow him, but the looks she received from the tradesmen who were coming out on the thresholds of their shops and who knew who she was forced her to return precipitately to the garden. Julien had left for Verrières. During that rapid journey he was unable to write to Mathilde as he had intended. His hand could only form illegible characters on the paper. He arrived at Verrières on a Sunday morning. He entered the shop of a local gunsmith, who overwhelmed it with congratulations on his recent good fortune. It constituted the news of the locality. Julien had much difficulty in making him understand that he wanted a pair of pistols. At his request the gunsmith loaded the pistols. The 3 peals sounded. It is a well-known signal in the villages of France, and after the various ringings in the morning announces the immediate commencement of the mass. Julien entered the new church of Verrières. All the lofty windows of the building were veiled with crimson curtains. Julien found himself some spaces behind the pew of Madame de Renal. It seemed to him that she was praying fervently. The sight of the woman whom he had loved so much made Julien's arm tremble so violently that he was first unable to execute his project. I cannot, he said to himself. It is a physical impossibility. At that moment the young priest who was officiating at the mass rang the bell at the elevation of the host. Madame de Renal lowered her head, which for a moment became entirely hidden by the folds of her shawl. Julien did not see her features so distinctly. He aimed a pistol shot at her, and missed her. He aimed a second shot. She fell. End of chapter 35. Recorded by TechSavvy. www.techsavvy.wordpress.com.
Section 36 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynne T. Chapter 36. Sad Details. Do not expect any weakness on my part. I have avenged myself. I have deserved death, and here I am. Pray for my soul. Chiquito. Julien remained motionless. He saw nothing more. When he recovered himself a little, he noticed all the faithful rushing from the church. The priest had left the altar. Julien started fairly slowly to follow some women who were going away with loud screams. A woman who was trying to get away more quickly than the others pushed him roughly. He fell. His feet got entangled with a chair, knocked over by the crowd. When he got up, he felt his neck gripped. A gendarme in full uniform was arresting him. Julien tried mechanically to have recourse to his little pistol, but a second gendarme pinioned his arms. He was taken to the prison. They went into a room where irons were put on his hands. He was left alone. The door was doubly locked on him. All this was done very quickly, and he scarcely appreciated it at all. Yes, upon my word, all is over, he said aloud, as he recovered himself. Yes, the guillotine in a fortnight, or killing myself here. His reasoning did not go any further. His head felt as though it had been seized in some violent grip. He looked round to see if anyone was holding him. After some moments he fell into a deep sleep. Madame de Rênal was not mortally wounded. The first bullet had pierced her hat. The second had been fired as she was turning round. The bullet had struck her on the shoulder, and, astonishing to relate, had ricocheted from off the shoulder bone, which it had, however, broken, against a Gothic pillar, from which it had loosened an enormous splinter of stone. When, after a long and painful bandaging, the solemn surgeon said to Madame de Rênal, "I answer for your life as I would for my own," she was profoundly grieved. She had been sincerely desirous of death for a long time. The letter which she had written to M. de la Mole, in accordance with the injunctions of her present confessor, had proved the final blow to a creature already weakened by an only too permanent unhappiness. This unhappiness was caused by Julien's absence, but she for her own part called it remorse. Her director, a young ecclesiastic who was both virtuous and enthusiastic, and had recently come to Dijon, made no mistake as to its nature. Dying in this way, though not by my own hand, is very far from being a sin, thought Madame de Rênal. God will perhaps forgive me for rejoicing over my death. She did not dare to add, and dying by Julien's hands puts a last touch on my happiness. She had scarcely been rid of the presence of the surgeon and of all the crowd of friends that had rushed to see her, than she called her maid Elisa. "The jailer," she said to her with a violent blush, "is a cruel man. He will doubtless ill-treat him, thinking to please me by doing so. I cannot bear that. Could you not go, as though on your own account, and give the jailer this little packet which contains some louis? You will tell him that religion forbids him to treat him badly. Above all, he must not go and speak about the sending of this money." It was this circumstance which we have just mentioned that Julien had to thank for the humanity of the jailer of Verrieres. It was still the same M. Norreau, that ideal official whom he remembered as being so finely alarmed by M. Appert's presence. A judge appeared in the prison. "I occasioned death by premeditation," said Julien to him. I bought the pistols and had them loaded at so-and-so's a gunsmith. Article 1342 of the Penal Code is clear. I deserve death, and I expect it. Astonished at this kind of answer, the judge started to multiply his questions, with a view of the accused contradicting himself in his answers. "Don't you see," said Julien to him with a smile, "that I am making myself out as guilty as you can possibly desire? Go away, monsieur, you will not fail to catch the quarry you are pursuing. You will have the pleasure to condemn me. Spare me your presence." "I have some irksome duty to perform," thought Julien. "I must write to Mademoiselle de la Mole." "I have avenged myself," he said to her. "Unfortunately my name will appear in the papers, and I shall not be able to escape from the world incognito. I shall die in 2 months' time. My revenge was ghastly, like the pain of being separated from you. From this moment I forbid myself to write or pronounce your name. Never speak of me even to my son. Silence is the only way of honouring me. To the ordinary commonplace man I shall represent a common assassin. Allow me the luxury of the truth at this supreme moment. You will forget me. This great catastrophe, of which I advise you not to say a single word to a single living person, will exhaust for several years to come all that romantic and unduly adventurous element which I have detected in your character. You were intended by nature to live among the heroes of the Middle Ages. Exhibit their firm character. Let what has to happen take place in secret and without your being compromised. You will assume a false name, and you will confide in no one. If you absolutely need a friend's help, I bequeath the Abbé Pirard to you. Do not talk to anyone else, particularly to the people of your own class, the de Luces, the Caylus. A year after my death, marry Monsieur de Croisenois. I command you as your husband. Do not write to me at all. I shall not answer. Though in my view much less wicked than Iago, I am going to say, like him, from this time forth I never will speak word. I shall never be seen to speak or write again. You will have received my final words and my final expressions of adoration. J.S. It was only after he had dispatched this letter and had recovered himself a little that Julien felt for the first time extremely unhappy. Those momentous words, "I shall die," meant the successive tearing out of his heart of each individual hope and ambition. Death in itself was not horrible in his eyes. His whole life had been nothing but a long preparation for unhappiness, and he had made a point of not losing sight of what is considered the greatest unhappiness of all. "Come then," he said to himself, "if I had to fight a duel in a couple of months, with an expert duellist, should I be weak enough to think about it incessantly with panic in my soul?" He passed more than an hour in trying to analyse himself thoroughly on this score. When he saw clear in his own soul, and the truth appeared before his eyes with as much definiteness as one of the pillars of his prison, he thought about remorse. "Why should I have any? I have been atrociously injured. I have killed. I deserve death, but that is all. I die after having squared my account with humanity. I do not leave any obligation unfulfilled. I owe nothing to anybody. There is nothing shameful about my death, except the instrument of it. That alone, it is true, is simply sufficient to disgrace me in the eyes of the bourgeois of Verrieres. But from the intellectual standpoint, what could be more contemptible than they? I have one means of winning their consideration, by flinging pieces of gold to the people as I go to the scaffold. If my memory is linked with the idea of gold, they will always look upon it as resplendent." After this chain of reasoning, which after a minute's reflection seemed to him self-evident, Julien said to himself, "I have nothing left to do in the world," and fell into a deep sleep. About 9 o'clock in the evening the gaoler woke him up, as he brought him his supper. "What are they saying in Verrieres?" "Monsieur Julien, the oath which I took before the crucifix in the royal courtyard on the day when I was installed in my place obliges me to silence." He was silent, but remained. Julien was amused by the sight of this vulgar hypocrisy. I must make him, he thought, wait a long time for the 5 francs which he wants to sell his conscience for. When the jailer saw him finish his meal without making any attempt to corrupt him, he said in a soft and perfidious voice, "The affection which I have for you, Monsieur Julien, compels me to speak. Although they say that it is contrary to the interests of justice, because it may assist you in preparing your defence. Monsieur Julien, you are a good fellow at heart, and you will be very glad to learn that Madame de Renal is better." "What? She is not dead?" exclaimed Julien, beside himself. "What, you know nothing?" said the jailer, with a stupid air which soon turned into exultant cupidity. "It would be very proper, monsieur, for you to give something to the surgeon, who, so far as law and justice go, ought not to have spoken. But in order to please you, monsieur, I went to him, and he told me everything." "Anyway, the wound is not mortal," said Julien to him impatiently. "You answer for it on your life?" The jailer, who was a giant 6 feet tall, was frightened and retired towards the door. Julien saw that he was adopting bad tactics for getting at the truth. He sat down again and flung a Napoleon to M. Noiraud. As the man's story proved to Julien more and more conclusively that Madame de Renal's wound was not mortal, he felt himself overcome by tears. "Leave me," he said brusquely. The jailer obeyed. Scarcely had the door shut than Julien exclaimed, "Great God, she is not dead!" and he fell on his knees, shedding hot tears. In this supreme moment he was a believer. What mattered the hypocrisies of the priests? Could they abate one whit of the truth and sublimity of the idea of God? It was only then that Julien began to repent of the crime that he had committed. By a coincidence which prevented him falling into despair, it was only at the present moment that the condition of physical irritation and semi-madness, in which he had been plunged since his departure from Paris for Verrieres, came to an end. His tears had a generous source. He had no doubt about the condemnation which awaited him. "So she will live," he said to himself. "She will live to forgive me and love me." Very late the next morning, the jailer woke him up and said, "You must have a famous spirit, Monsieur Julien. I have come in twice, but I did not want to wake you up. Here are 2 bottles of excellent wine which our cure, Monsieur Maslon, has sent you." "What, is the scoundrel still here?" said Julien. "Yes, monsieur," said the jailer, lowering his voice, "but do not talk so loud. It may do you harm." Julien laughed heartily. "At the stage I have reached, my friend, you alone can do me harm in the event of your ceasing to be kind and tender. You will be well paid," said Julien, changing his tone, and reverting to his imperious manner. This manner was immediately justified by the gift of a piece of money. M. Noiraud related again, with the greatest detail, everything he had learned about Madame de Renal, but he did not make any mention of Mademoiselle Elisa's visit. The man was as base and servile as it was possible to be. An idea crossed Julien's mind. This kind of misshapen giant cannot earn more than 300 or 400 francs, for his prison is not at all full. I can guarantee him 10,000 francs if he will escape with me to Switzerland. The difficulty will be in persuading him of my good faith. The idea of the long conversation he would need to have with so vile a person filled Julien with disgust. He thought of something else. In the evening the time had passed. A post-chaise had come to pick him up at midnight. He was very pleased with his travelling companions, the gendarmes. When he arrived at the prison of Besançon in the morning, they were kind enough to place him in the upper story of a Gothic turret. He judged the architecture to be of the beginning of the 14th century. He admired its fascinating grace and lightness. Through a narrow space between 2 walls, beyond the deep court, there opened a superb vista. On the following day there was an interrogation, after which he was left in peace for several days. His soul was calm. He found his affair a perfectly simple one. I meant to kill. I deserve to be killed. His thoughts did not linger any further over this line of reasoning. As for the sentence, the disagreeableness of appearing in public, the defence, he considered all this as slight embarrassment, irksome formalities, which it would be time enough to consider on the actual day. The actual moment of death did not seize hold of his mind either. I will think about it after the sentence. Life was no longer boring. He was envisaging everything from a new point of view. He had no longer any ambition. He rarely thought about Mademoiselle de la Mole. His passion of remorse engrossed him a great deal, and often conjured up the image of Madame de Renal, particularly during the silence of the night, which in this high turret was only disturbed by the song of the osprey. He thanked heaven that he had not inflicted a mortal wound. Astonishing, he said to himself. I thought that she had destroyed my future happiness for ever by her letter to M. de la Mole, and here I am, less than a fortnight after the date of that letter, not giving a single thought to all the things that engrossed me then. An income of 2,000 or 3,000 francs on which to live quietly in a mountain district like Vergy. I was happy then. I did not realize my happiness. At other moments he would jump up from his chair. If I had mortally wounded Madame de Renal, I would have killed myself. I need to feel certain of that, so as not to horrify myself. Kill myself? That's the great question, he said to himself. Oh, those judges, those fiends of red tape, who would hang their best citizen in order to win the cross. At any rate, I should escape from their control, and from the bad French of their insults, which the local paper will call eloquence. I still have 5 or 6 weeks, more or less, to live. Kill myself? No, not for a minute, he said to himself after some days. Napoleon went on living. Besides, I find life pleasant. This place is quiet. I am not troubled with bores, he added with a smile, and he began to make out a list of the books which he wanted to order from Paris. End of chapter 36.
Section 37 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 67. A Turret. The Tomb of a Friend. Stern. He heard a loud noise in the corridor. It was not the time when the jailer usually came up to his prison. The osprey flew away with a shriek. The door opened, and the venerable Curé Chelen threw himself into his arms. He was trembling all over and had his stick in his hands. Great God! Is it possible, my child? I ought to say monster. The good old man could not add a single word. Julien was afraid he would fall down. He was obliged to lead him to a chair. The hand of time lay heavy on this man who had once been so active. He seemed to Julien the mere shadow of his former self. When he had regained his breath, he said, "It was only the day before yesterday that I received your letter from Strasbourg with your 500 francs for the poor of Verrières. They brought it to me in the mountains at Liveru, where I am living in retirement with my nephew Jean. Yesterday I learned of the catastrophe. Heavens, is it possible?" And the old man left off weeping. He did not seem to have any ideas left, but added mechanically, "You will have need of your 500 francs. I will bring them back to you." "I need to see you, my father," exclaimed Julien, really touched. "I have money anyway." But he could not obtain any coherent answer. From time to time Monsieur Chelen shed some tears which coursed silently down his cheeks. He then looked at Julien and was quite dazed when he saw him kiss his hands and carry them to his lips. That face which had once been so vivid, and which had once portrayed with such vigour the most noble emotions, was now sunk in a perpetual apathy. A kind of peasant came soon to fetch the old man. "You must not fatigue him," he said to Julien, who understood that he was the nephew. This visit left Julien plunged in a cruel unhappiness which found no vent in tears. Everything seemed to him gloomy and disconsolate. He felt his heart frozen in his bosom. This moment was the cruellest which he had experienced since the crime. He had just seen death, and seen it in all its ugliness. All his illusions about greatness of soul and nobility of character had been dissipated like a cloud before the hurricane. This awful plight lasted several hours. After moral poisoning, physical remedies and champagne are necessary. Julien would have considered himself a coward to have resorted to them. What a fool I am, he exclaimed towards the end of the horrible day that he had spent entirely in walking up and down his narrow turret. It's only, if I had been going to die like anybody else, that the sight of that poor old man would have had any right to have thrown me into this awful fit of sadness. But a rapid death in the flower of my age simply puts me beyond the reach of such awful senility. In spite of all his argumentation, Julien felt as touched as any weak-minded person would have been, and consequently felt unhappy as the result of the visit. He no longer had any element of rugged greatness or any Roman virtue. Death appeared to him at a great height, and seemed a less easy proposition. "This is what I shall take for my thermometer," he said to himself. "Tonight I am 10 degrees below the courage requisite for guillotine point level. I had that courage this morning. Anyway, what does it matter so long as it comes back to me at the necessary moment?" This thermometer idea amused him and finally managed to distract him. When he woke up the next day, he was ashamed of the previous day. My happiness and peace of mind are at stake. He almost made up his mind to write to the Procureur General to request that no one should be admitted to see him. "And how about Fouquet?" he thought. "If he takes it upon himself to come to Besançon, his grief will be immense." It had perhaps been 2 months since he had given Fouquet a thought. "I was a great fool at Strasbourg. My thoughts did not go beyond my coat collar." He was much engrossed by the memory of Fouquet, which left him more and more touched. He walked nervously about. "Here I am, clearly 20 degrees below death point. If this weakness increases, it will be better for me to kill myself. What joy for the Abbé Maslon and the Valenods, if I die like an usher." Fouquet arrived. The good simple man was distracted by grief. His one idea, so far as he had any at all, was to sell all he possessed in order to bribe the jailer and secure Julien's escape. He talked to him at length of M. de la Valette's escape. "You pain me," Julien said to him. "M. de la Valette was innocent. I am guilty. Though you did not mean to, you made me think of the difference." "But is it true? What, were you going to sell all you possessed?" said Julien, suddenly becoming mistrustful and observant. Fouquet was delighted at seeing his friend answer his obsessing idea, and detailed at length, and within 100 francs, what he would get for each of his properties. "What a sublime effort for a small country landowner," thought Julien. "He is ready to sacrifice for me the fruits of all the economies, and all the little semi-swindling tricks which I used to be ashamed of when I saw him practice them. None of the handsome young people whom I saw in the Hotel de la Mole, and who read René, would have any of his ridiculous weaknesses, but except those who are very young, and who have also inherited riches and are ignorant of the value of money, which of all those handsome Parisians would be capable of such a sacrifice?" All Fouquet's mistakes in French and all his common gestures seemed to disappear. He threw himself into his arms. Never have the provinces, in comparison with Paris, received so fine a tribute. Fouquet was so delighted with the momentary enthusiasm which he read in his friend's eyes that he took it for consent to the flight. This view of the sublime recalled to Julien all the strength that the apparition of M. Chelan had made him lose. He was still very young, but in my view he was a fine specimen. Instead of his character passing from tenderness to cunning, as is the case with the majority of men, age would have given him that kindness of heart which is easily melted. But what avail these vain prophecies? The interrogations became more frequent in spite of all the efforts of Julien, who always endeavoured by his answers to shorten the whole matter. "I killed, or at any rate I wished to occasion death, and I did so with premeditation," he would repeat every day. But the judge was a pedant above everything. Julien's confessions had no effect in curtailing the interrogations. The judge's conceit was wounded. Julien did not know that they had wanted to transfer him into an awful cell, and that it was only thanks to Fouquet's effort that he was allowed to keep his pretty room at the top of 180 steps. Monsieur the Abbe de Frilair was one of the important customers who entrusted Fouquet with the purveying of their firewood. The good tradesman managed to reach the all-powerful Grand Vicar. Monsieur de Frilair informed him, to his unspeakable delight, that he was so touched by Julien's good qualities, and by the services which he had formerly rendered to the seminary, that he intended to recommend him to the judges. Fouquet thought he saw a hope of saving his friend, and as he went out, bowing down to the ground, requested Monsieur the Grand Vicar to distribute a sum of 10 louis in masses to entreat the acquittal of the accused. Fouquet was making a strange mistake. Monsieur de Frilair was very far from being a Valenod. He refused, and even tried to make the good peasant understand that he would do better to keep his money. Seeing that it was impossible to be clear without being indiscreet, he advised him to give the sum as alms for the use of the poor prisoners, who, in point of fact, were destitute of everything. This Julien is a singular person, his action is unintelligible, thought Monsieur de Frilair, and I ought to find nothing unintelligible. Perhaps it will be possible to make a martyr of him. In any case, I shall get to the bottom of the matter, and shall perhaps find an opportunity of putting fear into the heart of that Madame de Renal, who has no respect for us, and at the bottom detests me. Perhaps I might be able to utilize all this as a means of a brilliant reconciliation with Monsieur de la Mole, who has a weakness for the little seminarist. The settlement of the lawsuit had been signed some weeks previously, and the Abbe Pirard had left Besançon after having duly mentioned Julien's mysterious birth, on the very day when the unhappy man tried to assassinate Madame de Renal in the church of Verrieres. There was only one disagreeable event between himself and his death, which Julien anticipated. He consulted Fouquet concerning his idea of writing to Monsieur the Procureur General, asking to be exempt from all visits. This horror at the sight of a father, above all at a moment like this, deeply shocked the honest middle-class heart of the wood merchant. He thought he understood why so many people had a passionate hatred for his friend. He concealed his feelings out of respect for misfortune. In any case, he answered coldly, such an order for privacy would not be applied to your father. End of chapter 67. Section 38 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 68. A Powerful Man. But her proceedings are so mysterious, and her figure is so elegant. Who can she be? Schiller. The doors of the turret opened very early on the following day. Oh, good God, he thought, here's my father. What an unpleasant scene. At the same time a woman dressed like a peasant rushed into his arms. He had difficulty in recognizing her. It was Mademoiselle de la Mole. You wicked man! Your letter only told me where you were, as for what you call your crime, but which is really nothing more or less than a noble vengeance, which shows me all the loftiness of the heart which beats within your bosom. I only got to know of it at Verrieres. In spite of all his prejudices against Mademoiselle de la Mole, prejudices moreover which he had not owned to himself quite frankly, Julien found her extremely pretty. It was impossible not to recognize both in what she had done and what she had said a noble disinterested feeling far above the level of anything that a petty vulgar soul would have dared to do. He thought that he still loved a queen, and after a few moments said to her with a remarkable nobility both of thought and of elocution, I sketched out the future very clearly. After my death I intended to remarry you to Monsieur de Croisenois, who will officially of course then marry a widow. The noble but slightly romantic soul of this charming widow, who will have been brought back to the cult of vulgar prudence by an astonishing and singular event which played in her life a part as great as it was tragic, will deign to appreciate the very real merit of the young marquis. You will resign yourself to be happy with ordinary worldly happiness, prestige, riches, high rank. But, dear Mathilde, if your arrival at Besançon is suspected, it will be a mortal blow for Monsieur de la Mole. and that is what I shall never forgive myself. I have already caused him so much sorrow. The academician will say that he has nursed the serpent in his bosom. I must confess that I little expected so much cold reason and so much solicitude for the future, said Mademoiselle de la Mole, slightly annoyed. My maid, who is almost as prudent as you are, took a passport for herself, and I posted here under the name of Madame Michelet. And did Madame Michelet find it so easy to get to see me? Ah, you are still the same superior man whom I chose to favour. I started by offering 100 francs to one of the judge's secretaries, who alleged at first that my admission into this turret was impossible. But once he had got the money, the worthy man kept me waiting, raised objections, and I thought that he meant to rob me. She stopped. Well, said Julien. Do not be angry, my little Julien, she said, kissing him. I was obliged to tell my name to the secretary, who took me for a young working girl from Paris in love with handsome Julien. As a matter of fact, those are his actual expressions. I swore to him, my dear, that I was your wife, and I shall have a permit to see you every day. Nothing could be madder, thought Julien, but I could not help it. After all, M. de la Mole is so great a nobleman that public opinion will manage to find an excuse for the young colonel who will marry such a charming widow. My death will atone for everything. And he abandoned himself with delight to Mathilde's love. It was madness, it was greatness of soul, it was the most remarkable thing possible. She seriously suggested that she should kill herself with him. After these first transports, when she had had her fill of the happiness of seeing Julien, a keen curiosity suddenly invaded her soul. She began to scrutinize her lover, and found him considerably above the plane which she had anticipated. Boniface de la Mole seemed to be brought to life again, but on a more heroic scale. Mathilde saw the first advocates of the locality, and offended them by offering gold too crudely, but they finished by accepting. She promptly came to the conclusion that so far as dubious and far-reaching intrigues were concerned, everything depended at Besancon on Monsieur the Abbé de Frilair. She found at first overwhelming difficulties in obtaining an interview with the all-powerful leader of the congregation under the obscure name of Madame Michelet, but the rumour of the beauty of a young dressmaker who was madly in love, and had come from Paris to Besancon to console the young Abbé Julien Sorel, spread over the town. Mathilde walked about the Besancon streets alone. She hoped not to be recognized. In any case, she thought it would be of some use to her cause if she produced a great impression on the people. She thought in her madness of making them rebel in order to save Julien as he walked to his death. Mademoiselle de la Mole thought she was dressed simply and in a way suitable to a woman in mourning. She was dressed, in fact, in such a way as to attract everyone's attention. She was the object of everyone's notice at Besancon when she obtained an audience of M. de Frilair after a week spent in soliciting it. In spite of all her courage, the idea of an influential leader of the congregation, and the idea of deep and calculating criminality were so associated with each other in her mind, that she trembled as she rang the bell at the door of the bishop's palace. She could scarcely walk when she had to go up the staircase, which led to the apartment of the first grand vicar. The solitude of the episcopal palace chilled her. I might sit down in an armchair, and the armchair might grip my arms. I should then disappear. Whom could my maid ask for? The captain of the gendarmerie will take care to do nothing. I am isolated in this great town. After her first look at the apartment, Mademoiselle de la Mole felt reassured. In the first place, the lackey who had opened the door to her had on a very elegant livery. The salon in which she was asked to wait displayed that refined and delicate luxury which differs so much from crude magnificence, and which is only found in the best houses in Paris. As soon as she noticed M. de Frilair coming towards her with quite a paternal air, all her ideas of his criminality disappeared. She did not even find on his handsome face the impress of that rustic and somewhat savage courage which is so antipathetic to Paris society. The half-smile which animated the features of the priest, who was all-powerful at Besancon, betokened the well-bred man, the learned prelate, the clever administrator. Mathilde felt herself at Paris. It was the work of a few minutes for M. de Frilair to induce Mathilde to confess to him that she was the daughter of his powerful opponent, the Marquis de la Mole. As a matter of fact, I am not Madame Michelet, she said, reassuming all the haughtiness of her natural demeanour. and this confession costs me but little, since I have come to consult you, monsieur, on the possibility of procuring the escape of Monsieur de la Vernèi. Moreover, he is only guilty of a piece of folly. The woman whom he shot at is well, and in the second place, I can put down 50,000 francs straight away for the purpose of bribing the officials, and pledge myself for twice that sum. Finally, my gratitude and the gratitude of my family will be ready to do absolutely anything for the man who has saved Monsieur de la Vernèi." Monsieur de Frilair seemed astonished at the name. Mathilde showed him several letters from the Minister of War, addressed to Monsieur Julien Sorel de la Vernèi. "You see, monsieur, that my father took upon himself the responsibility of his career. I married him secretly. My father was desirous that he should be a superior officer before the notification of this marriage, which, after all, is somewhat singular for a de la Mole." Mathilde noticed that Monsieur de Frilair's expression of goodwill and mild cheerfulness was rapidly vanishing in proportion as he made certain important discoveries. His face exhibited a subtlety tinged with deep perfidiousness. The abbe had doubts. He was slowly re-reading the official documents. "What can I get out of these strange confidences?" he said to himself. "Here I am suddenly thrown into intimate relations with a friend of the celebrated Marechal de Fervaqui, who is the all-powerful niece of my lord Bishop of who can make one a Bishop of France. What I looked upon as an extremely distant possibility presents itself unexpectedly. This may lead me to the goal of all my hopes." Mathilde was at first alarmed by the sudden change in the expression of this powerful man, with whom she was alone in a secluded room. "But come," she said to herself soon afterwards, "would it not have been more unfortunate if I had made no impression at all on the cold egoism of a priest who was already sated with power and enjoyment?" Dazzled at the sight of this rapid and unexpected path of reaching the episcopate which now disclosed itself to him, and astonished as he was by Mathilde's genius, Monsieur de Frilair ceased for a moment to be on his guard. Mademoiselle de la Mole saw him almost at her feet, tingling with ambition, and trembling nervously. "Everything is cleared up," she thought. "Madame de Fervaquier's friend will find nothing impossible in this town." In spite of a sentiment of still painful jealousy, she had sufficient courage to explain that Julien was the intimate friend of the Marechal, and met my lord the Bishop of nearly every day. "If you were to draw by ballot 4 or 5 times in succession a list of 36 jurymen from out the principal inhabitants of this department," said the Grand Vicar, emphasizing his words, and with a hard ambitious expression in his eyes, "I should not feel inclined to congratulate myself if I could not reckon on 8 or 10 friends who would be the most intelligent of the lot in each list. I can always manage in nearly every case to get more than a sufficient majority to secure a condemnation, so you see, mademoiselle, how easy it is for me to secure a conviction." The abbe stopped short, as though astonished by the sound of his own words. He was admitting things which are never said to the profane. But he, in his turn, dumbfounded Mathilde, when he informed her that the special feature in Julien's strange adventure, which astonished and interested Besancon society, was that he had formerly inspired Madame de Renal with a grand passion, and reciprocated it for a long time. Monsieur de Frilair had no difficulty in perceiving the extreme trouble which his story produced. "I have my revenge," he thought. "After all, it's a way of managing this decided young person. I was afraid that I should not succeed." Her distinguished and intractable appearance intensified in his eyes the charm of the rare beauty whom he now saw practically entreating him. He regained all his self-possession, and he did not hesitate to move the dagger about in her heart. "I should not be at all surprised," he said to her lightly, "if we were to learn that it was owing to jealousy that Monsieur Sorel fired 2 pistol shots at the woman he once loved so much. Of course, she must have consoled herself, and for some time she has been seeing extremely frequently a certain Abbe Marquinot of Dijon, a kind of Jansenist, and as immoral as all Jansenists are." Monsieur de Frilair experienced the voluptuous pleasure of torturing at his leisure the heart of this beautiful girl whose weakness he had surprised. "Why," he added, as he fixed his ardent eyes upon Mathilde, "should Monsieur Sorel have chosen the church, if it were not for the reason that his rival was celebrating mass in it at that very moment? Everyone attributes an infinite amount of intelligence and an even greater amount of prudence to the fortunate man who is the object of your interest. What would have been simpler than to hide himself in the garden of Monsieur de Renal, which he knows so well? Once there, he could put the woman of whom he was jealous to death with the practical certainty of being neither seen, caught, nor suspected. This apparently sound train of reasoning eventually made Mathilde lose all self-possession. Her haughty soul, steeped in all that arid prudence which passes in high society for the true psychology of the human heart, was not of the type to be at all quick in appreciating that joy of scorning all prudence, which an ardent soul can find so keen. In the high classes of Paris society in which Mathilde had lived, it is only rarely that passion can divest itself of prudence, and people always make a point of throwing themselves out of windows from the 5th story. At last the Abbé de Frilair was sure of his power over her, and gave Mathilde to understand, and he was doubtless lying, that he could do what he liked with the public official who was entrusted with the conduct of Julien's prosecution. After the 36 jurymen for the sessions had been chosen by ballot, he would approach at least 30 jurymen directly and personally. If M. de Frilair had not thought Mathilde so pretty, he would not have spoken so clearly before the 5th or 6th interview. End of chapter 68.
Section 39 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 69. The Intrigue. Castor, 1676. A brother has just murdered his sister in the house next to mine. This gentleman had already been guilty of one murder. His father saved his life by causing 500 crowns to be distributed among the councillors. Locke, Journey in France. When she left the bishop's palace, Mathilde did not hesitate to dispatch a courier to Madame de Fervaques. The fear of compromising herself did not stop her for a moment. She entreated her rival to obtain for M. de Frilair an autograph letter from the Bishop of . She went as far as to entreat her to come herself to Besançon with all speed. This was an heroic act on the part of a proud and jealous soul. Acting on Fouquet's advice, she had had the discretion to refrain from mentioning the steps she had taken for Julien. Her presence troubled him enough without that. A better man when face to face with death than he had ever been during his life, he had remorse not only towards M. de la Mole, but also towards Mathilde. Come, he said to himself, there are times when I feel absent-minded and even bored by her society. She is ruining herself on my account, and this is how I reward her. Am I really a scoundrel? This question would have bothered him but little in the days when he was ambitious. In those days he looked upon failure as the only disgrace. His moral discomfort when with Mathilde was proportionately emphasized by the fact that he inspired her at this time with the maddest and most extraordinary passion. She talked of nothing but the strange sacrifices that she was ready to make in order to save him. Exalted as she was by a sentiment on which she plumed herself to the complete subordination of her pride, she would have liked not to have let a single minute of her life go by without filling it with some extraordinary act. The strangest projects, and ones involving her in the utmost danger, supplied the topics of her long interviews with Julien. The well-paid jailers allowed her to reign over the prison. Mathilde's ideas were not limited by the sacrifice of her reputation. She would have thought nothing of making her condition known to society at large, throwing herself on her knees before the king's carriage as it galloped along, in order to ask for Julien's pardon, and thus attracting the attention of the prince, at the risk of being crushed 1,000 times over, was one of the least fantastic dreams in which this exalted and courageous imagination chose to indulge. She was certain of being admitted into the reserved portion of the park of Saint-Cloud through those friends of hers who were employed at the king's court. Julien thought himself somewhat unworthy of so much devotion. As a matter of fact, he was tired of heroism. A simple, naive, and almost timid tenderness was what would have appealed to him, while Mathilde's haughty soul, on the other hand, always required the idea of a public and an audience. In the midst of all her anguish and all her fears for the life of that lover whom she was unwilling to survive, she felt a secret need of astonishing the public by the extravagance of her love and the sublimity of her actions. Julien felt irritated at not finding himself touched by all this heroism. What would he have felt if he had known of all the mad ideas with which Mathilde overwhelmed the devoted but eminently logical and limited spirit of the good Fouquet? He did not know what to find fault with in Mathilde's devotion, for he, too, would have sacrificed all his fortune, and have exposed his life to the greatest risks in order to save Julien. He was dumbfounded by the quantity of gold which Mathilde flung away. During the first days, Fouquet, who had all the provincial's respect for money, was much impressed by the sums she spent in this way. He at last discovered that Mademoiselle de la Mole's projects frequently varied, and he was greatly relieved at finding a word with which to express his blame for a character whom he found so exhausting. She was changeable. There is only a step from this epithet to that of wrong-headed, the greatest term of opprobrium known to the provinces. "It is singular," said Julien to himself, as Mathilde was going out of his prison one day, "that I should be so insensible at being the object of so keen a passion, and 2 months ago I adored her. I have of course read that the approach of death makes one lose interest in everything, but it is awful to feel oneself ungrateful and not to be able to change. Am I an egoist then?" He addressed the most humiliating reproaches to himself on this score. Ambition was dead in his heart. Another passion had arisen from its ashes. He called it remorse at having assassinated Madame de Renal. As a matter of fact, he loved her to the point of destruction. He experienced a singular happiness on these occasions, when, being left absolutely alone, and without being afraid of being interrupted, he could surrender himself completely to the memory of the happy days which he had once passed at Verrieres or at Vergy. The slightest incidents of these days, which had fleeted away only too rapidly, possessed an irresistible freshness and charm. He never gave a thought to his Paris successes. They bored him. These moods, which became intensified with every succeeding day, were partly guessed by the jealous Mathilde. She realized very clearly that she had to struggle against his love of solitude. Sometimes, with terror in her heart, she uttered Madame de Renal's name. She saw Julien quiver. Henceforth her passion had neither bounds nor limit. "If he dies, I will die after him," she said to herself in all good faith. "What will the Paris salons say when they see a girl of my own rank carry her adoration for a lover who is condemned to death to such a pitch as this? For sentiments like these you must go back to the age of the heroes. It was loves of this kind which thrilled the hearts of the century of Charles IX. And Henry III." In the midst of her keenest transports, when she was clasping Julien's head against her heart, she would say to herself with horror, "What! Is this charming head doomed to fall? Well," she added, inflamed by a not unhappy heroism, "these lips of mine, which are now pressing against this pretty hair, will be icy cold less than 24 hours afterwards." Thoughts of the awful voluptuousness of such heroic moments gripped her in a compelling embrace. The idea of suicide, absorbing enough in itself, entered that haughty soul to which up to the present it had been so utterly alien, and soon reigned over it with an absolute dominion. "No, the blood of my ancestors has not grown tepid in descending to me," said Mathilde proudly to herself. "I have a favour to ask of you," said her lover to her one day. "Put your child out to nurse at Verrieres. Madame de Renal will look after the nurse." "Those words of yours are very harsh," and Mathilde paled. "It is true, and I ask your pardon 1,000 times," exclaimed Julien, emerging from his reverie and clasping her in his arms. After having dried his tears, he reverted to his original idea, but with greater tact. He had given a twist of melancholy philosophy to the conversation. He talked of that future of his which was so soon going to close. "One must admit, dear one, that passions are an accident in life, but such accidents only occur in superior souls. My son's death would be in reality a happiness for your own proud family, and all the servants will realize as much. Neglect will be the lot of that child of shame and unhappiness. I hope that at a time which I do not wish to fix, but which nevertheless I am courageous enough to imagine, you will obey my last advice. You will marry the Marquis de Croisenois." "What? Dishonoured?" "Dishonour cannot attach to a name such as yours. You will be a widow, and the widow of a madman, that is all. I will go further. My crime will confer no dishonour, since it had no money motive. Perhaps, when the time comes for your marriage,
Some philosophic legislator will have so far prevailed on the prejudice of his contemporaries as to have secured the suppression of the death penalty. Then some friendly voice will say, by way of giving an instance, "Why, Madame de la Mole's first husband was a madman, but not a wicked man or a criminal. It was absurd to have his head cut off." So my memory will not be infamous in any way, at least after a certain time. Your position in society, your fortune, and, if you will allow me to say so, your genius, will make M. de Croisenois, once he is your husband, play a part which he would have never managed to secure unaided. He only possesses birth and bravery, and those qualities alone, though they constituted an accomplished man in 1729, are an anachronism a century later on, and only give rise to unwarranted pretensions. You need other things if you are to place yourself at the head of the youth of France. You will take all the help of your firm and enterprising character to the political party which you will make your husband join. You may be able to be a successor to the Chevreuse and the Longueville of the Fronde, but then, dear one, the divine fire which animates you at present will have grown a little tepid. Allow me to tell you," he added after many other preparatory phrases, "that in 15 years' time you will look upon the love you once had for me as a madness which, though excusable, was a piece of madness all the same." He stopped suddenly and became meditative. He found himself again confronted with the idea which shocked Mathilde so much. "In 15 years Madame de Renal will adore my son, and you will have forgotten him." End of chapter 69. Section 40 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 70. Tranquility. It is because I was foolish then that I am wise today. O thou philosopher who seest nothing except the actual instant, how short-sighted are thy views! Thine eye is not adapted to follow the subterranean work of the passions. Monsieur Goethe. This conversation was interrupted by an interrogation followed by a conference with the advocate entrusted with the defence. These moments were the only absolutely unpleasant ones in a life made up of nonchalance and tender reveries. "There is murder, and murder with premeditation," said Julien to the judge, as he had done to the advocate. "I am sorry, gentlemen," he added with a smile, "that this reduces your functions to a very small compass." "After all," said Julien to himself, when he had managed to rid himself of these two persons, "I must really be brave, and apparently braver than those two men. They regard that duel with the unfortunate termination, which I can only seriously bother myself about on the actual day, as the greatest of evils and the arch terror. The fact is that I have known a much greater unhappiness," continued Julien, as he went on philosophizing with himself. "I suffered far more acutely during my first journey to Strasbourg, when I thought I was abandoned by Mathilde. And to think that I desired so passionately that same perfect intimacy which to-day leaves me so cold. As a matter of fact, I am more happy alone than when that handsome girl shares my solitude." The advocate, who was a red-tape pedant, thought him mad, and believed with the public that it was jealousy which had led him to take up the pistol. He ventured one day to give Julien to understand that this contention, whether true or false, would be an excellent way of pleading. But the accused man became, in a single minute, a passionate and drastic individual. "As you value your life, monsieur," exclaimed Julien, quite beside himself, "mind you never put forward such an abominable lie." The cautious advocate was for a moment afraid of being assassinated. He was preparing his case because the decisive moment was drawing near. The only topic of conversation in Besançon and all the department was the coup célèbre. Julien did not know of this circumstance. He had requested his friends never to talk to him about that kind of thing. On this particular day Fouquet and Mathilde had tried to inform him of certain rumours which in their view were calculated to give hope. Julien had stopped them at the very first word. "Leave me my ideal life. Your pettifogging troubles and details of practical life all more or less jar on me and bring me down from my heaven. One dies as best one can, but I wish to choose my own way of thinking about death. What do I care for other people? My relations with other people will be sharply cut short. Be kind enough not to talk to me any more about those people. Seeing the judge and the advocate is more than enough. As a matter of fact, he said to himself, it seems that I am fated to die dreaming. An obscure creature like myself, who is certain to be forgotten within a fortnight, would be very silly, one must admit, to go and play a part. It is nevertheless singular that I never knew so much about the art of enjoying life as since I have seen its end so near me. He passed his last day in promenading upon the narrow terrace at the top of the turret, smoking some excellent cigars which Mathilde had fetched from Holland by a courier. He had no suspicion that his appearance was waited for each day by all the telescopes in the town. His thoughts were at Vergy. He never spoke to Fouquet about Madame de Renal, but his friend told him 2 or 3 times that she was rapidly recovering, and these words reverberated in his heart. While Julien's soul was nearly all the time wholly in the realms of ideas, Mathilde, who, as befits an aristocratic spirit, had occupied herself with concrete things, had managed to make the direct and intimate correspondence between Madame de Fervaques and M. de Frilair progress so far that the great word bishopric had been already pronounced. The venerable prelate, who was entrusted with the distribution of the benefices, added in a postscript to one of his niece's letters, "This poor Sorel is only a lunatic. I hope he will be restored to us." At the sight of these lines M. de Frilair felt transported. He had no doubts about saving Julien. But for this Jacobin law, which has ordered the formation of an unending panel of jurymen, and which has no other real object except to deprive well-born people of all their influence, he said to Mathilde on the eve of the balloting for the 36 jurymen of the session, I would have answered for the verdict. I certainly managed to get the cure acquitted. When the names were selected by ballot on the following day, M. de Frilair experienced a genuine pleasure in finding that they contained 5 members of the Besançon congregation, and that amongst those who were strangers to the town were the names of M. Valenod, de Moirod, de Cholin. I can answer for these 8 jurymen, he said to Mathilde. The first 5 are mere machines. Valenod is my agent. Moirod owes me everything. De Cholin is an imbecile who is frightened of everything. The journal published the names of the jurymen throughout the department, and to her husband's unspeakable terror, Madame de Renal wished to go to Besançon. All that M. de Renal could prevail on her to promise was that she would not leave her bed so as to avoid the unpleasantness of being called to give evidence. "You do not understand my position," said the former mayor of Verrieres. "I am now said to be disloyal and illiberal. No doubt that scoundrel Valenod and M. de Frilair will get the Procureur General and the judges to do all they can to cause me unpleasantness." Madame de Renal found no difficulty in yielding to her husband's orders. "If I appear at the assize court," she said herself, "I should seem as if I were asking for vengeance." In spite of all the promises she had made to the director of her conscience and to her husband that she would be discreet, she had scarcely arrived at Besançon before she wrote with her own hand to each of the 36 jurymen. "I shall not appear on the day of the trial, monsieur, because my presence might be prejudicial to M. Sorel's case. I only desire one thing in the world, and that I desire passionately, for him to be saved. Have no doubt about it, the awful idea that I am the cause of an innocent man being led to his death would poison the rest of my life, and would no doubt curtail it. How can you condemn him to death while I continue to live? No, there is no doubt about it, society has no right to take away a man's life, and above all, the life of a being like Julien Sorel. Every one at Verrieres knew that there were moments when he was quite distracted. This poor young man has some powerful enemies, but even among his enemies, and how many has he not got, who is there who casts any doubt on his admirable talents and his deep knowledge? The man whom you are going to try, monsieur, is not an ordinary person. For a period of nearly 18 months we all knew him as a devout and well-behaved student. 2 or 3 times in the year he was seized by fits of melancholy that went to the point of distraction. The whole town of Verrieres all our neighbours at Vergy, where we live in the fine weather, my whole family, and Monsieur the sub-prefect himself, will render justice to his exemplary piety. He knows all the Holy Bible by heart. Would a blasphemer have spent years of study in learning the sacred book? My sons will have the honour of presenting you with this letter. They are children. Be good enough to question them, monsieur. They will give you all the details concerning this poor young man, which are necessary to convince you of how barbarous it would be to condemn him. Far from revenging me, you would be putting me to death. What can his enemies argue against this? The wound, which was the result of one of those moments of madness which my children themselves used to remark in their tutor, is so little dangerous that in less than 2 months it has allowed me to take the post from Verrières to Besançon. If I learn, monsieur, that you show the slightest hesitation in releasing so innocent a person from the barbarity of the law, I will leave my bed, where I am only kept by my husband's express orders, and I will go and throw myself at your feet. Bring in a verdict, monsieur, that the premeditation has not been made out, and you will not have an innocent man's blood on your head, and so on. End of chapter 70.
Section 41 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. The Trial. The country will remember this celebrated case for a long time. The interest in the accused amounted to an agitation. The reason was that his crime was astonishing and yet not atrocious. Even if it had been, this young man was so handsome. His brilliant career, that came to an end so early in his life, intensified the pathos. Will they condemn him? The women asked of the men of their acquaintance, and they could be seen to grow pale as they waited for the answer. Sainte Beuve. The day that Madame de Rênal and Mathilde feared so much arrived at last. Their terror was intensified by the strange appearance of the town, which had its emotional effect even upon Fouquet's sturdy soul. All the province had rushed to Besançon to see the trial of this romantic case. There had been no room left in the inns for some days. Monsieur the Président of the Assize was besieged by requests for tickets. All the ladies in the town wanted to be present at the trial. Julien's portrait was hawked about the streets, etc., etc. Mathilde was keeping in reserve for this supreme moment a complete autograph letter from my lord Bishop of... This prelate, who governed the Church of France and created its bishops, was good enough to ask for Julien's acquittal. On the eve of the trial, Mathilde took this letter to the all-powerful Grand Vicar. When she was going away in tears at the end of the interview, Monsieur de Frilair at last emerged from his diplomatic reserve and almost showed some emotion himself. "I will be responsible for the jury's verdict," he said to her. "Out of the 12 persons charged with the investigation of whether your friend's crime is made out, and above all, whether there was premeditation, I can count 6 friends who are devoted to my fortunes, and I have given them to understand that they have it in their power to promote me to the episcopate. Baron Valenod, whom I have made mayor of Verrières, can do just as he likes with 2 of his officials, Messieurs de Moirod and de Cholin. As a matter of fact, fate has given us for this business 2 jurymen of extremely loose views, but, although ultra-liberals, They are faithful to my orders on great occasions, and I have requested them to vote like Monsieur Valenod. I have learnt that a sixth juryman, a manufacturer, who is immensely rich, and a garrulous liberal into the bargain, has secret aspirations for a contract with the War Office, and doubtless he would not like to displease me. I have had him told that Monsieur de Valenod knows my final injunctions. "And who is this Monsieur Valenod?" asked Mathilde anxiously. "If you knew him, you could not doubt our success. He is an audacious speaker, coarse, impudent, with a natural gift for managing fools. 1814 saw him in low water, and I am going to make a prefect of him. He is capable of beating the other jurymen if they do not vote his way." Mathilde felt a little reassured. Another discussion awaited her in the evening. To avoid the prolongation of an unpleasant scene, the result of which, in his view, was absolutely certain, Julien had resolved not to make a speech. "My advocate will speak," he said to Mathilde. "I shall figure too long anyway as a laughing-stock to all my enemies. These provincials have been shocked by the rapidity of my success, for which I have to thank you, and believe me, there is not one of them who does not desire my conviction, though he would be quite ready to cry like an idiot when I am taken to my death." "They desire to see you humiliated. That is only too true," answered Mathilde. "But I do not think they are at all cruel. My presence at Besançon and the sight of my sufferings have interested all the women. Your handsome face will do the rest. If you say a few words to your judges, the whole audience will be on your side, etc., etc." At 9 o'clock on the following day, when Julien left his prison for the great hall of the Palais de Justice, the gendarme had much difficulty in driving away the immense crowd that was packed in the courtyard. Julien had slept well. He was very calm, and experienced no other sentiment except a sense of philosophic pity towards that crowd of jealous creatures who were going to applaud his death sentence, though without cruelty. He was very surprised when, having been detained in the middle of the crowd more than a quarter of an hour, he was obliged to admit that his presence affected the public with a tender pity. He did not hear a single unpleasant remark. "These provincials are less evil than I thought," he said to himself. As he entered the courtroom, he was struck by the elegance of the architecture. It was real Gothic, with a number of pretty little columns hewn out of stone with the utmost care. He thought himself in England. But his attention was soon engrossed by 12 or 15 pretty women who sat exactly opposite the prisoner's seat and filled the 3 balconies above the judges and the jury. As he turned round towards the public, he saw that the circular gallery that dominated the amphitheatre was filled with women. The majority were young and seemed very pretty. Their eyes were shining and full of interest. The crowd was enormous throughout the rest of the room. People were knocking against the door, and the janitors could not obtain silence. When all the eyes that were looking for Julien observed where he was, and saw him occupying the slightly raised place which is reserved for the prisoner, he was greeted by a murmur of astonishment and tender interest. You would have taken him for under 20 on this day. He was dressed very simply, but with a perfect grace. His hair and his forehead were charming. Mathilde had insisted on officiating personally at his toilet. Julien's pallor was extreme. Scarcely was he seated in this place than he heard people say all over the room, "Great heavens, how young he is! But he's quite a child. He's much better than his portrait." "Prisoner," said the gendarme who was sitting on his right, "do you see those 6 ladies in that balcony?" The gendarme pointed out a little gallery that jutted out over the amphitheatre where the jury were placed. "That's Madame the Prefect's wife," continued the gendarme. "Next to her, Madame the Marquise de M. She likes you well. I have heard her speak to the judge of first instance. Next to her is Madame Derville." "Madame Derville!" exclaimed Julien, and a vivid blush spread over his forehead. "When she leaves here," he thought, "she will write to Madame de Rênal." He was ignorant of Madame de Rênal's arrival at Besançon. The witnesses were quickly heard. After the first words of the opening of the prosecution by the Advocate General, 2 of the ladies in the little balcony just opposite Julien burst into tears. Julien noticed that Madame Derville's neighbours seemed to manifest a keen disapproval. Several jurors, who were apparently acquainted with the ladies, spoke to them and seemed to reassure them. "So far as it goes, that is certainly a good omen," thought Julien. Up to the present he had felt himself steeped in unadulterated contempt for all the persons who were present at the trial. The sentiment of disgust was intensified by the stale eloquence of the Advocate General. But the coldness of Julien's soul gradually disappeared before the marks of interest of which he was evidently the object. He was satisfied with the sturdy demeanour of his advocate. "No phrases," he said to him in a whisper as he was about to commence his speech. "All the bombast which our opponent has stolen from Bossuet and lavished upon you," said the advocate, "has done you good." As a matter of fact, he had scarcely spoken for 5 minutes before practically all the women had their handkerchiefs in their hands. The advocate was encouraged and addressed some extremely strong remarks to the jury. Julien shuddered. He felt on the point of breaking into tears. "My God," he thought, "what would my enemies say?" He was on the point of succumbing to the emotion which was overcoming him when, luckily for him, he surprised an insolent look from Monsieur the Baron de Valenod. "That rogue's eyes are gleaming," he said to himself. "What a triumph for that base soul! If my crime had only produced this one result, it would be my duty to curse it. God knows what he will say about it to Madame de Rênal." This idea effaced all others. Shortly afterwards, Julien was brought back to reality by the public's manifestation of applause. The advocate had just finished his speech. Julien remembered that it was a good form to shake hands with him. The time had passed rapidly. They brought in refreshments for the advocate and the prisoner. It was only then that Julien was struck by the fact that none of the women had left the audience to go and get dinner. "Upon my word, I'm dying of hunger," said the advocate. "And you?" "I too," answered Julien. "See, there's Madame the Prefect's wife, who's also getting her dinner," said the advocate as he pointed out the little balcony. "Keep up your courage. Everything is going all right." The court sat again. Midnight struck as the president was summing up. The president was obliged to pause in his remarks. Amid the silence and the anxiety of all present, the reverberation of the clock filled the hall. "So my last day is now beginning," thought Julien. He soon felt inflamed by the idea of his duty. Up to the present he had controlled his emotion and had kept his resolution not to speak. When the president of the Assize asked him if he had anything to add, he got up. He saw in front of him the eyes of Madame Derville, which seemed very brilliant in the artificial light. "Can she by any chance be crying?" he thought. "Gentlemen of the jury, I am induced to speak by my fear of that contempt which I thought, at the very moment of my death, I should be able to defy. Gentlemen, I have not the honor of belonging to your class. You behold in me a peasant who has rebelled against the meanness of his fortune. I do not ask you for any pardon," continued Julien, with a firmer note in his voice. "I am under no illusions. Death awaits me. It will be just. I have brought myself to make an attempt on the life of the woman who is most worthy of all reverence and respect. Madame de Rênal was a mother to me. My crime was atrocious, and it was premeditated. Consequently, I have deserved death, gentlemen of the jury. But even if I were not so guilty, I see among you men who, without a thought for any pity that may be due to my youth, would like to use me as a means for punishing and discouraging forever that class of young men who, though born in an inferior class, and to some extent oppressed by poverty, have none the less been fortunate enough to obtain a good education, and bold enough to mix with what the pride of the rich calls society. This is my crime, gentlemen, and it will be punished with even more severity, inasmuch as, in fact, I am very far from being judged by my peers. I do not see on the jury benches any peasant who has made money, but only indigent bourgeois." Julien talked in this strain for 20 minutes. He said everything he had on his mind. The advocate general, who aspired to the favours of the aristocracy, writhed in his seat. But in spite of the somewhat abstract turn which Julien had given to his speech, all the women burst out into tears. Even Madame Derville put her handkerchief to her eyes. Before finishing, Julien alluded again to the fact of his premeditation, to his repentance, and to the respect and unbounded filial admiration which, in happier days, he had entertained for Madame de Rênal. Madame Derville gave a cry and fainted. 1 o'clock was striking when the jury retired to their room. None of the women had left their places. Several men had tears in their eyes. The conversations were at first very animated, but as there was a delay in the verdict of the jury, their general fatigue gradually began to invest the gathering with an atmosphere of calm. Julien, who was very tired, heard people around him debating the question of whether this delay was a good or a bad omen. He was pleased to see that all the wishes were for him. The jury did not come back, and yet not a woman left the court. When 2 o'clock had struck, a great movement was heard. The little door of the jury room opened. Monsieur the Baron de Valenod advanced with a slow and melodramatic step. He was followed by all the jurors. He coughed, and then declared on his soul and conscience that the jury's unanimous verdict was that Julien Sorel was guilty of murder, and of murder with premeditation. This verdict involved the death penalty, which was pronounced a moment afterwards. Julien looked at his watch and remembered Monsieur de Lavalette. It was 2:15. Today is Friday, he thought. Yes, but this day is lucky for the Valenod, who has got me convicted. I am watched too well for Mathilde to manage to save me like Madame de Lavalette saved her husband. So, in 3 days' time, at this very hour, I shall know what view to take about the great perhaps. At this moment he heard a cry and was called back to the things of this world. The women around him were sobbing. He saw that all faces were turned towards a little gallery built into the crowning of a Gothic pilaster. He knew later that Mathilde had concealed herself there. As the cry was not repeated, everybody began to look at Julien again, as the gendarmes were trying to get him through the crowd. Let us try not to give that villain Valenod any chance of laughing at me, thought Julien. With what a contrite, sycophantic expression he pronounced the verdict which entails the death penalty, while that poor president of the Assize, although he has been a judge for years and years, had tears in his eyes as he sentenced me. What a joy the Valenod must find in revenging himself for our former rivalry for Madame de Renal's favours. So I shall never see her again. The thing is finished. A last good-bye between us is impossible. I feel it. How happy I should have been to have told her all the horror I feel for my crime. Mere words. I consider myself justly convicted. End of section 41. Reading by Malone.
Section 42 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 72. Note from the translator: there is no heading to this and the following chapters in the original. When Julien was taken back to prison, he had been taken into a room intended for those who were condemned to death. Although a man who, in the usual way, would notice the most petty details, he had quite failed to observe that he had not been taken up to his turret. He was thinking of what he would say to Madame de Renal if he had the happiness of seeing her before the final moment. He thought that she would break into what he was saying, and was anxious to be able to express his absolute repentance with his very first words. How can I convince her that I love her alone after committing an action like that? For after all, it was either out of ambition or out of love for Mathilde that I wanted to kill her. As he went to bed, he came across sheets of a rough coarse material. Ah, I am in the condemned cell, he said to himself. That is right. Comte Altamira used to tell me that Danton, on the eve of his death, would say in his loud voice, "It is singular, but you cannot conjugate the verb guillotine in all its tenses. Of course you can say, I shall be guillotined, thou shalt be guillotined, but you don't say, I have been guillotined." "Why not?" went on Julien, "if there is another life? Upon my word, it will be all up with me if I find the God of the Christians there. He is a tyrant, and as such, he is full of ideas of vengeance. His Bible speaks of nothing but atrocious punishment. I never liked him. I could never get myself to believe that anyone really liked him. He has no pity, and he remembered several passages in the Bible. He will punish me atrociously. But supposing I find Fenelon's God, he will perhaps say to me, much forgiveness will be vouchsafed to thee, inasmuch as thou hast loved much. Have I loved much? Ah, I loved Madame de Renal, but my conduct has been atrocious. In that, as in other cases, simple modest merit was abandoned for the sake of what was brilliant. But still, what fine prospects! Colonel of Hussars, if we had had a war, secretary of a legation during peace, then ambassador, for I should soon have picked up politics. And even if I had been an idiot, would the Marquis de la Mole's son-in-law have had any rivalry to fear? All my stupidities have been forgiven, or rather counted as merits. A man of merit, then, and living in the grandest style at Vienna or London. Not exactly, monsieur. Guillotined in 3 days' time. Julien laughed heartily at this sally of his wit. As a matter of fact, man has 2 beings within him, he thought. Who the devil can have thought of such a sinister notion? Well, yes, my friend, guillotined in 3 days, he answered the interrupter. Monsieur de Cholin will hire a window, and share the expense with the Abbé Maslon. Well, which of those 2 worthy personages will rob the other over the price paid for hiring that window? The following passage from Rotrus Venceslas suddenly came back into his mind. Ladislas. Mon âme est toute prête. The king, father of Ladislas. L'échafaud l'est aussi. Portez-y votre tête. A good repartee, he thought, as he went to sleep. He was awakened in the morning by someone catching hold of him violently. What, already? Said Julien, opening his haggard eyes. He thought he was already in the executioner's hands. It was Mathilde. Luckily, she has not understood me. This reflection restored all his self-possession. He found Mathilde as changed as though she had gone through a 6-month illness. She was really not recognizable. "That infamous Frilair has betrayed me," she said to him, wringing her hands. Her fury prevented her from crying. "Was I not fine when I made my speech yesterday?" answered Julien. "I was improvising for the first time in my life. It is true that it is to be feared that it will also be the last." At this moment, Julien was playing on Mathilde's character with all the self-possession of a clever pianist whose fingers are on the instrument. "It is true," he added, "that I lack the advantage of a distinguished birth, but Mathilde's great soul has lifted her lover up to her own level. Do you think that Boniface de la Mole would have cut a better figure before his judges?" On this particular day, Mathilde was as unaffectedly tender as a poor girl living in a 5th story. But she failed to extract from him any simpler remark. He was paying her back without knowing it for all the torture she had frequently inflicted on him. "The sources of the Nile are unknown," said Julien to himself. "It has not been vouchsafed to the human eye to see the king of rivers as a simple brook. Similarly, no human eye shall see Julien weak. In the first place because he is not so. But I have a heart which it is easy to touch. The most commonplace words, if said in a genuine tone, can make my voice broken and even cause me to shed tears. How often have frigid characters not despised me for this weakness? They thought that I was asking a favour. That is what I cannot put up with." It is said that when at the foot of the scaffold, Danton was affected by the thought of his wife. But Danton had given strength to a nation of coxcombs, and prevented the enemy from reaching Paris. I alone know what I should have been able to do. I represent to the others at the very outside simply a perhaps. If Madame de Rênal had been here in my cell instead of Mathilde, should I have been able to have answered for myself? The extremity of my despair and my repentance would have been taken for a craven fear of death by the Valenod and all the patricians of the locality. They are so proud, are those feeble spirits, whom their pecuniary position puts above temptation. You see what it is to be born a carpenter's son, M. de Moirod and de Cholin doubtless said, after having condemned me to death. A man can learn to be learned and clever, but the qualities of the heart cannot be learned. Even in the case of this poor Mathilde, who is crying now, or rather, who cannot cry, he said to himself, as he looked at her red eyes. And he clasped her in his arms. The sight of her genuine grief made him forget the sequence of his logic. She has perhaps cried all the night, he said to himself, but how ashamed she will be of this memory on some future day. She will regard herself as having been led astray in her first youth by a plebeian's low view of life. Le Croisenois is weak enough to marry her, and upon my word, he will do well to do so. She will make him play a part. Du droit qu'un esprit ferme et vaste en ses desseins a sur l'esprit grossier des vulgaires humains. Ah, that's really humorous. Since I have been doomed to die, all the verses I ever knew in my life are coming back into my memory. It must be a sign of demoralization. Mathilde kept on repeating in a choked voice, "He is there, in the next room." At last he paid attention to what she was saying. Her voice is weak, he thought, but all the imperiousness of her character comes out in her intonation. She lowers her voice in order to avoid getting angry. "And who is there?" he said gently. "The advocate, to get you to sign your appeal." "I shall not appeal." "What? You will not appeal?" she said, getting up, with her eyes sparkling with rage. "And why, if you please?" "Because I feel at the present time that I have the courage to die without giving people occasion to laugh too much at my expense. And who will guarantee that I shall be in so sound a frame of mind in 2 months' time, after living for a long time in this damned cell? I foresee interviews with the priests, with my father. I can imagine nothing more unpleasant. Let's die." This unexpected opposition awakened all the haughtiness of Mathilde's character. She had not managed to see the Abbé de Frilair before the time when visitors were admitted to the cells in the Besançon prison. Her fury vented itself on Julien. She adored him, and nevertheless she exhibited for a good quarter of an hour in her invective against his, Julien's, character, and her regret at having ever loved him, the same haughty soul which had formerly overwhelmed him with such cutting insults in the library of the Hôtel de la Mole. "In justice to the glory of your stock, heaven should have had you born a man," he said to her. "But as for myself," he thought, "I should be very foolish to go on living for 2 more months in this disgusting place, to serve as a butt for all the infamous humiliations which the patrician party can devise." Note: the speaker is a Jacobin. "And having the outburst of this mad woman for my only consolation. Well, the morning after tomorrow I shall fight a duel with a man known for his self-possession and his remarkable skill. His very remarkable skill," said the Mephistophelian part of him. "He never makes a miss. Well, so be it. Good." Mathilde continued to wax eloquent. "No, not for a minute," he said to himself. "I shall not appeal." Having made this resolution, he fell into meditation. The courier will bring the paper at 6 o'clock as usual, as he passes. At 8 o'clock, after M. de Rênal has finished reading it, Elisa will go on tiptoe and place it on her bed. Later on, she will wake up. Suddenly, as she reads it, she will become troubled. Her pretty hands will tremble. She will go on reading down to these words, "At 5 minutes past 10, he had ceased to exist." She will shed hot tears, I know her. It will matter nothing that I tried to assassinate her, all will be forgotten, and the person whose life I wish to take will be the only one who will sincerely lament my death. Ah, that's a good paradox, he thought. And he thought about nothing except Madame de Rênal, during the good quarter of an hour which the scene Mathilde was making still lasted. In spite of himself, and though he made frequent answers to what Mathilde was saying, he could not take his mind away from the thought of the bedroom at Verrières. He saw the Besançon Gazette on the counterpane of orange taffeta. He saw that white hand clutching at it convulsively. He saw Madame de Rênal cry. He followed the path of every tear over her charming face. Mademoiselle de la Mole, being unable to get anything out of Julien, asked the advocate to come in. Fortunately, he was an old captain of the Italian army of 1796, where he had been a comrade of Manuel. He opposed the condemned man's resolution as a matter of form. Wishing to treat him with respect, Julien explained all his reasons. "Upon my word, I can understand a man taking the view you do," said M. Felix Vanneau, that was the advocate's name, to him at last. "But you have 3 full days in which to appeal, and it is my duty to come back every day. If a volcano were to open under the prison between now and 2 months' time, you would be saved. You might die of illness," he said, looking at Julien. Julien pressed his hand. "I thank you. You are a good fellow. I will think it over." And when Mathilde eventually left with the advocate, he felt much more affection for the advocate than for her. End of chapter 72.
Section 43 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 73. When he was deep asleep an hour afterwards, he was woken up by feeling tears flow over his hand. "Oh, it is Mathilde again," he thought, only half awake. "She has come again, faithful to her tactics of attacking my resolution by her sentimentalism." Bored by the prospect of this new scene of hackneyed pathos, he did not open his eyes. The verses of Belphegor, as he ran away from his wife, came into his mind. He heard a strange sigh. He opened his eyes. It was Madame de Rênal. "Ah, so I see you again before I die. Or is it an illusion?" he exclaimed, as he threw himself at her feet. "But forgive me, madame, you must look upon me as a mere murderer," he said immediately, as he recovered himself. "Monsieur, I have come to entreat you, to appeal. I know you do not want to." Her sobs choked her. She was unable to speak. "Deign to forgive me." "If you want me to forgive you," she said to him, getting up and throwing herself into his arms, "appeal immediately against your death sentence." Julien covered her with kisses. "Will you come and see me every day during those 2 months?" "I swear it every day, unless my husband forbids me." "I will sign it," exclaimed Julien. "What? You really forgive me? Is it possible?" He clasped her in his arms. He was mad. She gave a little cry. "It is nothing," she said to him. "You hurt me." "Your shoulder!" exclaimed Julien, bursting into tears. He drew back a little and covered her hands with kisses of fire. "Who could have prophesied this, dear, the last time I saw you in your room at Verrières? Who could have prophesied then that I should write that infamous letter to Mademoiselle de la Mole? Know that I have always loved you, and that I have never loved anyone but you." "Is it possible?" cried Madame de Rênal, who was delighted in her turn. She leant on Julien, who was on his knees, and they cried silently for a long time. Julien had never experienced moments like this at any period of his whole life. "And how about that young Madame Michelet?" said Madame de Rênal, a long time afterwards, when they were able to speak. "Or rather that Mademoiselle de la Mole, for I am really beginning to believe in that strange romance." "It is only superficially true," answered Julien. "She is my wife, but she is not my mistress." After interrupting each other 100 times over, they managed with great difficulty to explain to each other what they did not know. The letter written to Mademoiselle de la Mole had been drafted by the young priest, who directed Madame de Rênal's conscience, and had been subsequently copied by her. "What a horrible thing religion has made me do," she said to him. "And even so, I softened the most awful passages in the letter." Julien's ecstatic happiness proved the fullness of her forgiveness. He had never been so mad with love. "And yet I regard myself as devout," Madame de Rênal went on to say to him in the ensuing conversation. "I believe sincerely in God. I equally believe, and I even have full proof of it, that the crime which I am committing is an awful one, and yet the very minute I see you, even after you have fired 2 pistol shots at me," and at this point, in spite of her resistance, Julien covered her with kisses. "Leave me alone," she continued. "I want to argue with you. I'm frightened lest I should forget. The very minute I see you, all my duties disappear. I have nothing but love for you, dear, or rather, the word love is too weak. I feel for you what I ought only to feel for God, a mixture of respect, love, obedience. As a matter of fact, I don't know what you inspire me with. If you were to tell me to stab the jailer with a knife, the crime would be committed before I had given it a thought. Explain this very clearly to me before I leave you. I want to see down to the bottom of my heart, for we shall take leave of each other in 2 months. By the by, shall we take leave of each other?" she said to him with a smile. "I take back my words," exclaimed Julien, getting up. "I shall not appeal from my death sentence if you try, either by poison, knife, pistol, charcoal, or any other means whatsoever, to put an end to your life, or make any attempt upon it." Madame de Rênal's expression suddenly changed. The most lively tenderness was succeeded by a mood of deep meditation. "Supposing we were to die at once," she said to him. "Who knows what one will find in the other life," answered Julien. "Perhaps torment, perhaps nothing at all. Cannot we pass 2 delicious months together? 2 months means a good many days. I shall never have been so happy." "You will never have been so happy?" "Never," repeated Julien ecstatically, "and I am talking to you just as I should talk to myself. May God save me from exaggerating." "Words like that are a command," she said with a timid, melancholy smile. "Well, you will swear by the love you have for me to make no attempt, either direct or indirect, upon your life. Remember," he added, "that you must live for my son, whom Mathilde will hand over to lackeys as soon as she is Marquise de Croisenois." "I swear," she answered coldly, "but I want to take away your notice of appeal, drawn and signed by yourself. I will go myself to Monsieur le Procureur Général." "Be careful. You will compromise yourself." "After having taken the step of coming to see you in your prison, I shall be a heroine of local scandal for Besançon, and the whole of Franche-Comté," she said very dejectedly. "I have crossed the bounds of austere modesty. I am a woman who has lost her honor. It is true that it is for your sake." Her tone was so sad that Julien embraced her with a happiness which was quite novel to him. It was no longer the intoxication of love, it was extreme gratitude. He had just realized for the first time the full extent of the sacrifice which she had made for him. Some charitable soul no doubt informed Monsieur de Rênal of the long visits which his wife paid to Julien's prison, for at the end of 3 days he sent her his carriage with the express order to return to Verrières immediately. This cruel separation had been a bad beginning for Julien's day. He was informed 2 or 3 hours later that a certain intriguing priest, who had, however, never managed to make any headway among the Jesuits of Besançon, had, since the morning, established himself in the street outside the prison gates. It was raining a great deal, and the man out there was pretending to play the martyr. Julien was in a weak mood, and this piece of stupidity annoyed him deeply. In the morning he had already refused this priest's visit, but the man had taken it into his head to confess Julien and to win a name for himself among the young women of Besançon by all the confidences which he would pretend to have received from him. He declared in a loud voice that he would pass the day and the night by the prison gates. God has sent me to touch the heart of this apostate, and the lower classes, who are always curious to see a scene, began to make a crowd. "Yes, my brothers," he said to them, "I will pass the day here and the night, as well as all the days and all the nights which will follow. The Holy Ghost has spoken to me. I am commissioned from above. I am the man who must save the soul of young Sorel. Do you join in my prayers, etc." Julien had a horror of scandal, and of anything which could attract attention to him. He thought of seizing the opportunity of escaping from the world incognito, but he had some hope of seeing Madame de Rênal again, and he was desperately in love. The prison gates were situated in one of the most populous streets. His soul was tortured by the idea of this filthy priest attracting a crowd and creating a scandal. And doubtless he is repeating my name at every single minute. This moment was more painful than death. He called the turnkey, who was devoted to him, and sent him 2 or 3 times at intervals of 1 hour to see if the priest was still by the prison gates. "Monsieur," said the turnkey to him on each occasion, "he is on both his knees in the mud. He is praying at the top of his voice and saying litanies for your soul." The impudent fellow, thought Julien. At this moment he actually heard a dull buzz. It was the responses of the people to the litanies. His patience was strained to the utmost when he saw the turnkey himself move his lips while he repeated the Latin words. "They are beginning to say," added the turnkey, "that you must have a very hardened heart to refuse the help of this holy man." "Oh, my country, how barbarous you still are!" exclaimed Julien, beside himself with anger, and he continued his train of thought aloud without giving a thought to the turnkey's presence. "The man wants an article in the paper about him, and that's a way in which he will certainly get it. Oh, you cursed provincials! At Paris I should not be subjected to all these annoyances. There they are more skilled in their charlatanism." "Show in the holy priest," he said at last to the turnkey, and great streams of sweat flowed down his forehead. The turnkey made the sign of the cross and went out rejoicing. The holy priest turned out to be very ugly. He was even dirtier than he was ugly. The cold rain intensified the obscurity and dampness of the cell. The priest wanted to embrace Julien and began to wax pathetic as he spoke to him. The basest hypocrisy was only too palpable. Julien had never been so angry in his whole life. A quarter of an hour after the priest had come in, Julien felt an absolute coward. Death appeared horrible to him for the first time. He began to think about the state of decomposition which his body would be in 2 days after the execution, etc., etc. He was on the point of betraying himself by some sign of weakness or throwing himself on the priest and strangling him with his chain, when it occurred to him to beg the holy man to go and say a good 40-franc mass for him on that very day. It was 12 o'clock, so the priest took himself off. End of section 43. Reading by Malone. Section 44 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2 by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 74. As soon as he had gone out, Julien wept desperately, and for a long time. He gradually admitted to himself that if Madame de Rênal had been at Besançon, he would have confessed his weakness to her. The moment when he was regretting the absence of this beloved woman, he heard Mathilde's step. The worst evil of being in prison, he thought, is one's inability to close one's door. All Mathilde said only irritated him. She told him that Monsieur de Valenod had had his nomination to the prefectship in his pocket on the day of his trial, and had consequently dared to defy Monsieur de Frilair and give himself the pleasure of condemning him to death. "Why did your friend take it into his head," Monsieur de Frilair just said to me, "to awaken and attack the petty vanity of that bourgeois aristocracy? Why talk about caste? He pointed out to them what they ought to do in their own political interest. The fools had not been giving it a thought, and were quite ready to weep. That caste interest intervened and blinded their eyes to the horror of condemning a man to death. One must admit that Monsieur Sorel is very inexperienced. If we do not succeed in saving him by a petition for a reprieve, his death will be a kind of suicide." Mathilde was careful not to tell Julien a matter concerning which she had now no longer any doubts. It was that the Abbé de Frilair, seeing that Julien was ruined, had thought that it would further his ambitious projects to try and become his successor. "Go and listen to a mass for me," he said to Mathilde, almost beside himself with vexation and impotent rage, "and leave me a moment in peace." Mathilde, who was already very jealous of Madame de Rênal's visits, and who had just learned of her departure, realized the cause of Julien's bad temper, and burst into tears. Her grief was real. Julien saw this, and was only the more irritated. He had a crying need of solitude, and how was he to get it? Eventually, Mathilde, after having tried to melt him by every possible argument, left him alone. But almost at the same moment, Fouquet presented himself, he said to this faithful friend, and as he saw him hesitate, I am composing a memorial for my petition for pardon. One thing more. Do me a favor and never speak to me about death. If I have need of any especial services on that day, let me be the first to speak to you about it. When Julien had eventually procured solitude, he found himself more prostrate and more cowardly than he had been before. The little force which this enfeebled soul still possessed had all been spent in concealing his condition from Mademoiselle de la Mole. Towards the evening he found consolation in this idea. If at the very moment this morning when death seemed so ugly to me, I had been given notice of my execution, the public eye would have acted as a spur to glory. My demeanour would perhaps have had a certain stiffness about it, like a nervous fop entering a salon. A few penetrating people, if there are any amongst these provincial, might have managed to divine my weakness, but no one would have seen it. And he felt relieved of part of his unhappiness. I am a coward at this very moment, he sang to himself, but no one will know it. An even more unpleasant episode awaited him on the following day. His father had been announcing that he would come and see him for some time past. The old white-haired carpenter appeared in Julien's cell before he woke up. Julien felt weak. He was anticipating the most unpleasant reproaches. His painful emotion was intensified by the fact that on this particular morning he felt a keen remorse for not loving his father. Chance placed us next to each other in the world, he said to himself, while the turnkey was putting the cell a little in order, and we have practically done each other all the harm we possibly could. He has come to administer the final blow at the moment of my death. As soon as they were without witnesses, the old man commenced his stern reproaches. Julien could not restrain his tears. What an unworthy weakness, he said to himself querulously. He will go about everywhere exaggerating my lack of courage. What a triumph for the Valenods, and for all the fatuous hypocrites who rule in Verrières. They are very great in France. They combine all the social advantages. But hitherto I could at any rate say to myself, it is true they are in receipt of money, and that all the honours lavished on them, but I have a noble heart. But here is a witness whom everyone will believe, and who will testify to the whole of Verrières that I showed weakness when confronted with death, and who will exaggerate it into the bargain. I shall be taken for a coward in an ordeal which comes home to all. Julien was nearly desperate. He did not know how to get rid of his father. He felt it absolutely beyond his strength to invent a ruse capable of deceiving so shrewd an old man. His mind rapidly reviewed all the alternatives. "I have saved some money," he suddenly exclaimed. This inspiration produced a change in the expression of the old man, and in Julien's own condition. "How ought I to dispose of it?" continued Julien more quietly. The result had freed him from any feeling of inferiority. The old carpenter was burning not to let the money slip by him, but it seemed that Julien wanted to leave part of it to his brothers. He talked at length and with animation. Julien felt cynical. "Well, the Lord has given me a message with regard to my will. I will give 1,000 francs to each of my brothers, and the rest to you." "Very good," said the old man. "The rest is due to me, but since God has been gracious enough to touch your heart, your debts ought to be paid if you wish to die like a good Christian. There are, moreover, the expenses of your board and your education, which I advance to you, but which you are not thinking of." "Such is paternal love," repeated Julien to himself dejectedly. when he was at last alone. Soon the jailer appeared. "Monsieur, I always bring my visitors a good bottle of champagne after near relations have come to see them. It is a little dear, 6 francs a bottle, but it rejoices the heart." "Bring 3 glasses," said Julien to him, with a childish eagerness, "and bring in 2 of the prisoners whom I have heard walking about in the corridor." The jailer brought 2 men in to him who had once been condemned to the gallows, and had now been convicted of the same offence again, and were preparing to return to penal servitude. They were very cheerful scoundrels, and really very remarkable by reason of their subtlety, their courage, and their coolness. "If you give me 20 francs," said one of them to Julien, "I will tell you the story of my life in detail. It's rich." "But you will lie," said Julien. "Not me," he answered. "My friend there, who is jealous of my 20 francs, will give me away if I say anything untrue." His history was atrocious. It was evidence of a courageous heart which had only one passion, that of money. After their departure, Julien was no longer the same man. All his anger with himself had disappeared. The awful grief, which had been poisoned and rendered more acute by the weakness of which he had been a victim since Madame de Rênal's departure, had turned to melancholy. "If I had been less taken by appearances," he said to himself, "I would have had a better chance of seeing that the Paris salons are full of honest men like my father, or clever scoundrels like those felons. They are right. The men in the salon never get up in the morning with this poignant thought in their minds, 'How am I going to get my dinner?' They boast about their honesty, and when they are summoned on the jury, they take pride in convicting the man who has stolen a silver dish because he felt starving. But if there is a court, and it's a question of losing or winning a portfolio, my worthy salon people will commit crimes exactly similar to those which the need of getting a dinner inspired those 2 felons to perpetrate. There is no such thing as natural law. The expression is nothing more than a silly anachronism, well worthy of the Advocate General who harried me the other day, and whose grandfather was enriched by one of the confiscations of Louis XIV. There is no such thing as right, except when there is a law to forbid a certain thing under pain of punishment. Before law existed, the only natural thing was the strength of the lion, or the need of a creature who was cold or hungry, to put it in one word, need. No, the people whom the world honors are merely villains who have had the good fortune not to have been caught red-handed. The prosecutor whom society put on my track was enriched by an infamous act. I have committed a murder, and I am justly condemned. But the Valneau who has condemned me is by reason alone of that very deed 100 times more harmful to society. Well, added Julien sadly, but not angrily, in spite of his avarice, my father is worth more than all those men. He never loved me. The disgrace I bring upon him by an infamous death has proved the last straw. That fear of lacking money, that distorted view of the wickedness of mankind, which is called avarice, make him find a tremendous consolation and sense of security in a sum of 3,000 or 4,000 louis which I've been able to leave him. Some Sunday, after dinner, he will show his gold to all the envious men in Verrières. Which of you would not be delighted to have a son guillotined at a price like this, will be the message they will read in his eyes. This philosophy might be true, but it was of such a character as to make him wish for death. In this way 5 long days went by. He was polite and gentle to Mathilde, whom he saw was exasperated by the most violent jealousy. One evening, Julien seriously thought of taking his own life. His soul was demoralized by the deep unhappiness in which Madame de Rênal's departure had thrown him. He could no longer find pleasure in anything, either in real life or in the sphere of the imagination. Lack of exercise began to affect his health, and to produce in him all the weakness and exaltation of a young German student. He began to lose that virile disdain which repels with a drastic oath certain undignified ideas which besiege the soul of the unhappy. I love truth. Where is it? Hypocrisy everywhere, or at any rate charlatanism, even in the most virtuous, even in the greatest. And his lips assumed an expression of disgust. No, man cannot trust man. Madame de, when she was making a collection for her poor orphans, used to tell me that such and such a prince had just given 10 louis, a sheer lie. But what am I talking about? Napoleon at Saint Helena, pure charlatanism, like the proclamation in favor of the King of Rome. Great God! If a man like that, at a time when misfortune ought to summon him sternly to his duty, will sink to charlatanism, what is one to expect from the rest of the human species? Where is truth? In religion? Yes, he added, with a bitter smile of utter contempt, in the mouth of the Maslon, the Frilair, the Castanede, perhaps in that true Christianity whose priests were not paid any more than were the apostles, but St. Paul was paid by the pleasure of commanding, speaking, getting himself talked about. Oh, if there were only a true religion! Fool that I am! I see a Gothic cathedral and venerable stained-glass windows, and my weak heart conjures up the priest to fit the scene. My soul would understand him. My soul would need him. I only find a nincompoop with dirty hair, about as comforting as a Chevalier de Beauvoisis. But a true priest, a Massillon of Fénelon. Massillon sacrificed Dubois. Saint-Simon's memoirs have spoilt the illusion of Fénelon. But he was a true priest anyway. In those days, tender souls could have a place in the world where they could meet together. We should not then have been isolated. That good priest would have talked to us of God. But what God? Not the one of the Bible, a cruel, petty despot, full of vindictiveness, but the God of Voltaire, just, good, infinite. He was troubled by all the memories of that Bible which he knew by heart. But how on earth, when the deity is 3 people all at the same time, is one to believe in the great name of God, after the frightful way in which our priests have abused it? Living alone, what a torture! I'm growing mad and unreasonable, said Julien to himself, striking his forehead. I'm alone here in this cell, but I have not lived alone on earth. I had the powerful idea of duty, the duty which, rightly or wrongly, I laid down for myself, has been to me like the trunk of a solid tree, which I could lean on during the storm. I stumbled, I was agitated. After all, I was only a man, but I was not swept away. It must be the damp air of this cell which made me think of being alone. Why should I still play the hypocrite by cursing hypocrisy? It is neither death, nor the cell, nor the damp air, but Madame de Rênal's absence which prostrates me. If, in order to see her at Verrières, I had to live whole weeks at Verrières concealed in the cellars of her house, would I complain? The influence of my contemporaries wins the day, he said aloud, with a bitter laugh. Though I am talking to myself, and with an menace of death, I still play the hypocrite. Oh, you 19th century! A hunter fires a gunshot in the forest. His quarry falls. He hastens forward to seize it. His foot knocks against a 2-foot ant-hill, knocks down the dwelling place of the ants, and scatters the ants and their eggs far and wide. The most philosophic among the ants will never be able to understand that black, gigantic, and terrifying body, the hunter's boot, which suddenly invaded their home with incredible rapidity, preceded by a frightful noise and accompanied by flashes of reddish fire. In the same way, death, life, and eternity are very simple things for anyone who has organs sufficiently vast to conceive them. An ephemeral fly is born at 9 o'clock in the morning in the long summer days, to die at 5 o'clock in the evening. How is it to understand the word night? Give it 5 more hours of existence, and it will see night and understand its meaning. So in my case, I shall die at the age of 23. Give me 5 more years of life in order to live with Madame de Rênal. He began to laugh like Mephistopheles. How foolish to debate these great problems. 1. I am as hypocritical as though there were someone there to listen to me. 2. I am forgetting to live and to love when I have so few days left to live. Alas, Madame de Rênal is absent. Perhaps her husband will not let her come back to Besançon any more, to go on compromising her honor. That is what makes me lonely, and not the absence of a God who is just, good, and omnipotent, devoid of malice, and in no wise greedy of vengeance. Oh, if he did exist, alas, I should fall at his feet. I have deserved death. I should say to him, but O thou great God, good God, indulgent God, give me back her whom I love. But this time the night was far advanced. After an hour or 2 of peaceful sleep, Fouquet arrived. Julien felt strongly resolute, like a man who sees in the bottom of his soul. End of section 44. Reading by Malone. Section 45 of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Malone. The Red and the Black, Volume 2, by STENDHAL. Translated by Horace B. Samuel. Chapter 75. I cannot play such a trick on that poor Abbé Chabernard as to summon him, he said to Fouquet. It would prevent him from dining for 3 whole days. But try and find some Jansenist who is a friend of Monsieur Pirard. Fouquet was impatiently waiting for this suggestion. Julien acquitted himself becomingly of all the duty a man owes to provincial opinion. Thanks to Monsieur the Abbé de Frilair, and in spite of his bad choice of a confessor, Julien enjoyed in his cell the protection of the priestly congregation. With a little more diplomacy, he might have managed to escape. But the bad air of the cell produced its effect, and his strength of mind diminished. But this only intensified his happiness at Madame de Rênal's return. "My first duty is towards you, my dear," she said, as she embraced him. "I have run away from Verrières." Julien felt no petty vanity in his relations with her, and told her all his weaknesses. She was good and charming to him. In the evening she had scarcely left the prison before she made the priest, who had clung on to Julien like a veritable prey, go to her aunt's. As his only object was to win prestige among the young women who belonged to good Besançon society, Madame de Rênal easily prevailed upon him to go and perform a novena at the Abbey of Bray-le-Haut. No words can do justice to the madness and extravagance of Julien's love. By means of gold, and by using and abusing the influence of her aunt, who was devout, rich, and well-known, Madame de Rênal managed to see him twice a day. At this news, Mathilde's jealousy reached a pitch of positive madness. Monsieur de Frilair had confessed to her that all his influence did not go so far as to admit of flouting the conventions by allowing her to see her sweetheart more than once every day. Mathilde had Madame de Rênal followed, so as to know the smallest thing she did. Monsieur de Frilair exhausted all the resources of an extremely clever intellect in order to prove to her that Julien was unworthy of her. Plunged though she was in all these torments, she only loved him the more, and made a horrible scene nearly every day. Julien wished, with all his might, to behave to the very end like an honourable man towards this poor young girl whom he had so strangely compromised. But the reckless love which he felt for Madame de Rênal swept him away at every single minute. When he could not manage to persuade Mathilde of the innocence of her rival's visits by all his thin excuses, he would say to himself, "At any rate, the end of the drama ought to be quite near. The very fact of not being able to lie better will be an excuse for me." Mademoiselle de la Mole learnt of the death of the Marquis de Croisenois. The rich Monsieur de Thaler had indulged in some unpleasant remarks concerning Mathilde's disappearance. Monsieur de Croisenois went and asked him to recant them. Monsieur de Thaler showed him some anonymous letters which had been sent to him, and which were full of details so artfully put together that the poor Marquis could not help catching a glimpse of the truth. Monsieur de Thaler indulged in some jests which were devoid of all taste. Maddened by anger and unhappiness, Monsieur de Croisenois demanded such unqualified satisfaction that the millionaire preferred to fight a duel. Stupidity triumphed, and one of the most lovable of men met with his death before he was 24. This death produced a strange and morbid impression on Julien's demoralized soul. "Poor Croisenois," he said to Mathilde, "really behaved very reasonably and very honourably towards us. He had ample ground for hating me and picking a quarrel with me by reason of your indiscretion in your mother's salon, for the hatred which follows on contempt is usually frenzied." Monsieur de Croisenois' death changed all Julien's ideas concerning Mathilde's future. He spent several days in proving to her that she ought to accept the hand of Monsieur de Luz. He is a nervous man, not too much of a Jesuit, and will doubtless be a candidate, he said to her. He has a more sinister and persevering ambition than poor Croisenois, and as there has never been a dukedom in his family, he will be only too glad to marry Julien Sorel's widow. "A widow, though, who scorns the grand passions," answered Mathilde coldly, "for she has lived long enough to see her lover prefer to her after 6 months another woman, who was the origin of all their unhappiness." "You are unjust. Madame de Rênal's visits will furnish my advocate at Paris, who is endeavouring to procure my pardon, with the subject matter for some sensational phrases. He will depict the murderer honoured by the attention of his victim. That may produce an impression, and perhaps some day or other you will see me provide the plot of some melodrama or other, etc., etc. A furious and impotent jealousy, a prolonged and hopeless unhappiness, for even supposing Julien was saved, how was she to win back his heart? Coupled with her shame and anguish at loving this unfaithful lover more than ever, had plunged Mademoiselle de la Mole into a gloomy silence, from which all the careful assiduity of Monsieur de Frilair was as little able to draw her as the rugged frankness of Fouquet. As for Julien, except in those moments which were taken up by Mathilde's presence, he lived on love, with scarcely a thought for the future. In former days, Julien said to her, "When I might have been so happy during our walks in the wood of Vergy, a frenzied ambition swept my soul into the realms of imagination. Instead of pressing to my heart that charming arm which is so near my lips, the thoughts of my future took me away from you. I was engaged in countless combats which I should have to sustain in order to lay the foundations of a colossal future. No, I should have died without knowing what happiness was if you had not come to see me in this prison." 2 episodes ruffled this tranquil life. Julien's confessor, Jansenist though he was not proof against an intrigue of the Jesuits, and became their tool without knowing it. He came to tell him one day that unless he meant to fall into the awful sin of suicide, he ought to take every possible step to procure his pardon. Consequently, as the clergy have a great deal of influence with the Minister of Justice at Paris, an easy means presented itself. He ought to become converted with all publicity. "With publicity," repeated Julien. "Ha, ha! I have caught you at it. I have caught you as well. My father, playing a part like any missionary." "Your youth," replied the Jansenist gravely, "the interesting appearance which Providence has given you, the still unsolved mystery of the motive for your crime, the heroic steps which Mademoiselle de la Mole has so frequently taken on your behalf, everything, up to the surprising affection which your victim manifests towards you, has contributed to make you the hero of the young women of Besançon. They have forgotten everything, even politics, on your account. Your conversion will reverberate in their hearts, and will leave behind it a deep impression. You can be of considerable use to religion, and I was about to hesitate for the trivial reason that in a similar circumstance the Jesuits would follow a similar course. But if I did, even in the one case which has escaped their greedy clutches, they would still be exercising their mischief. The tears which your conversion will cause to be shed will annul the poisonous effect of 10 editions of Voltaire's works." "And what will be left for me," answered Julien coldly, "if I despise myself? I have been ambitious. I do not mean to blame myself in any way. Further, I have acted in accordance with the code of the age. Now I am living from day to day. But I should make myself very unhappy if I were to yield to what the locality would regard as a piece of cowardice." Madame de Rênal was responsible for the other episode, which affected Julien in quite another way. Some intriguing woman friend or other had managed to persuade this naive and timid soul that it was her duty to leave for Saint-Cloud and go and throw herself at the feet of King Charles X. She had made the sacrifice of separating from Julien, and after a strain as great as that, she no longer thought anything of the unpleasantness of making an exhibition of herself, though in former times she would have thought that worse than death. I will go to the king. I will confess freely that you are my lover. The life of a man, and of a man like Julien, too, ought to prevail over every consideration. I will tell him that it was because of jealousy that you made an attempt upon my life. There are numerous instances of poor young people who have been saved in such a case by the clemency of the jury or of the king. I will leave off seeing you. I will shut myself up in my prison, exclaimed Julien, and you can be quite certain that if you do not promise me to take no step which will make a public exhibition of us both, I will kill myself in despair the day afterwards. This idea of going to Paris is not your own. Tell me the name of the intriguing woman who suggested it to you. Let us be happy during the small number of days of this short life. Let us hide our existence. My crime was only too self-evident. Mademoiselle de la Mole enjoys all possible influence at Paris. Take it from me that she has done all that is humanly possible. Here in the provinces, I have all the men of wealth and prestige against me. Your conduct will still further aggravate those rich and essentially moderate people to whom life comes so easy. Let us not give the Maslon, the Valneau, and the 1,000 other people who are worth more than they anything to laugh about. Julien came to find the bad air of the cell unbearable. Fortunately, nature was rejoicing in a fine sunshine on the day when they announced to him that he would have to die, and he was in a courageous vein. He found walking in the open air as delicious a sensation as the navigator who has been at sea for a long time finds walking on the ground. Come on, everything is going all right, he said to himself. I am not lacking in courage. His head had never looked so poetical as at that moment when it was on the point of falling. The sweet minutes which he had formerly spent in the woods of Vergy crowded back upon his mind with extreme force. Everything went off simply, decorously, and without any affectation on his part. 2 days before he had said to Fouquet, I cannot guarantee not to show some emotion. This dense, squalid cell gives me fits of fever, in which I do not recognize myself. But fear? No, I shall not be seen to flinch. He had made his arrangements in advance for Fouquet to take Mathilde and Madame de Rênal away on the morning of his last day. Drive them away in the same carriage, he had said. Do you see that the post-horses do not leave off galloping? They will either fall into each other's arms or manifest towards each other a mortal hatred. In either case, the poor women will have something to distract them a little from their awful grief. Julien had made Madame de Rênal swear that she would live to look after Mathilde's son. Who knows? Perhaps we have still some sensations after our death, he had said one day to Fouquet. I should like to rest, for rest is the right word, in that little grotto in the great mountain which dominates Verrières. Many a time, as I have told you, I have spent the night alone in that grotto, and as my gaze would plunge far and wide over the richest provinces of France, ambition would inflame my heart. In those days it was my passion. Anyway, I hold that grotto dear, and one cannot dispute that its situation might well arouse the desires of the philosopher's soul. Well, you know, those good priests of Besançon will make money out of everything. If you know how to manage it, they will sell you my mortal remains. Fouquet succeeded in this melancholy business. He was passing the night alone in his room by his friend's body, when, to his great surprise, he saw Mathilde come in. A few hours before he had left her 10 leagues from Besançon. Her face and eyes looked distraught. "I want to see him," she said. Fouquet had not the courage either to speak or get up. He pointed with his finger to a big blue cloak on the floor. There was wrapped in it all that remained of Julien. She threw herself on her knees. The memory of Boniface de la Mole and of Marguerite de Navarre gave her, no doubt, a superhuman courage. Her trembling hands undid the cloak. Fouquet turned away his eyes. He heard Mathilde walking feverishly about the room. She lit several candles. When Fouquet could bring himself to look at her, she had placed Julien's head on a little marble table in front of her, and was kissing it on the forehead. Mathilde followed her lover to the tomb which she had chosen. A great number of priests convoyed the bier, and alone in her draped carriage, without anyone knowing it, she had carried on her knees the head of the man whom she had loved so much. When they arrived in this way at the most elevated peak of the high mountains of the Jura, 20 priests celebrated the service of the dead in the middle of the night in this little grotto, which was magnificently illuminated by a countless number of wax candles. Attracted by this strange and singular ceremony, all the inhabitants of the little mountain villages which the funeral had passed through followed it. Mathilde appeared in their midst in long mourning garments, and had several thousands of 5-franc pieces thrown to them at the end of the service. When she was left alone with Fouquet, she insisted on burying her lover's head with her own hands. Fouquet nearly went mad with grief. Mathilde took care that this wild grotto should be decorated with marble monuments that had been sculpted in Italy at great expense. Madame de Rênal kept her promise. She did not try to make any attempt upon her life, but she died embracing her children 3 days after Julien. The end. The inconvenience of the reign of public opinion is that, though of course it secures liberty, it meddles with what it has nothing to do with, private life, for example. Hence the gloominess of America and England. In order to avoid infringing on private life, the author has invented a little town, Verrières, and when he had need of a bishop, a jury, an assize court, he placed all this in Besançon, where he has never been before. End of section 45. Reading by Malone. End of The Red and the Black, Volume 2. Translated by Horace B. Samuel.